Hello, hello. Happy Thursday. Hi, Starfighter. Good to see you. Rest in Pepperoni's Ship 36. Yep. Starship fall down, go boom. I haven't watched or read about the details of what happened yet, but it certainly looked spectacular. All right, before we get into things today, one, I mentioned this in the previous streams this week, but I'm going to keep mentioning it. Next Friday, the 27th, I am doing a stream to celebrate 100 YouTube subs and belatedly celebrate my Twitch affiliate. That'll be at 10 a.m. Pacific time, which is 3 hours before streams usually start, so hopefully it's a little more accessible to folks in Europe. That is going to be Gleba only, everything spoils, and some other horrible shenanigans. Should be really, really funny. And also really painful for me. So that is something to look forward to. All we know is no one was hurt and that it blew up. Okay, so they haven't released any details yet. The other thing, since we're looking at the list of followers here, if you're a follower and you're not on this list, because you followed when I wasn't playing Pyanodons, or because I just forgot about you, and you want to be on the list, let me know. You can let me know in a YouTube comment, or in my Discord chat, or obviously here in Twitch chat, and I will get that fixed, because I know that, especially as I've had more than one game going, not everyone has ended up on this list. So if you want to be on the list, you can be. I think those are the only two kind of general announcements. So let's dive into things. Last time, what did we do last time? Oh, right, we started working on oil processing a little bit, and that has left us with the need to set up fuel management on base, because we're going to have various of these fluids that are burnable, that are eventually going to just accrue as byproducts. And right now, we only have, man, I'm having a hard time with words today. Right now, everything is kind of manually programmed. So, like, if I go over to the Glassworks here, we can see that, like, it requests gasoline. There's gasoline that comes in, and that's it. So we need to design a system that will work for fueling multiple fuels, where it can swap what fuel it's requesting based on what's available sort of overall in the base. So I'm going to go up near where I have the mall, and oh, this asphalt is so nice. I should have paved everything so much sooner. This is so much faster getting around. Okay, not there, because there's water in the way. Do I have asphalt on me? Yes. Do I have landfill on me? Yes. And the other thing that's going to get in my way is random trees, so I will also have to chop down trees as we go, but... yeah, let's head up here where I can just grab stuff from the base as I need it, and I'll find a little corner, ideally one outside of the bot area, and I can start designing what this is going to look like. So if I start with my fluid drop-off station, I think that we're going to kind of only have one delivery at a time, so we don't need this much tank. And then we're going to have to also figure out how to retrofit this logic onto existing stations that aren't dedicated fuel stations. Like, I'll make myself a fuel station blueprint. But we also have fuel requests all over the base right now. So we will have to deal with what that looks like. All right, so if we use these 30 KL tanks, these can hold one train full, right? So they go on like that with a pump and one more tank. And what this will try to do is that's fine. I'll need to feed in a request here. And that'll be based on like a selector combinator. What do I need for selector combinators? Solder. This is why we're doing this near the base. Because I knew I'd have to get stuff. I should have solder around somewhere. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're going to have, and I think we're going to use radars, because radars have a global circuit network. Thank you, Factorio 2.0. So if I'm going to grab another, let me power this whole thing at least, so that I have... And then I'm going to drop another one of these down here. And if I feed this in with a decider combinator and a constant combinator. Okay. This constant combinator is just for input. But what I want for the decider is I want any signal is greater than 25,000. Output. Is there a way to output all signals that meet? Well, you know what? No. The fuel providers are all going to be just like a single fuel, so I can set up this threshold specifically for them. So like for a given fuel provider, you know, we'll have a gasoline provider, right? And then if gasoline is enough, we output gasoline, right? And I'll just blueprint this with and if we have, you know, some amount of gasoline, it'll be output, fed into these guys, and then we should be able to pull it out over here. Yes. All right. Cool. So the provider stations just need to make sure that they only want to add their fuel to the system if there's enough to actually deliver it, right? Because what I don't want is for there to be, and this should never happen, this would be a very degenerate case, but if I wasn't doing this filtering on, like, can you actually do a delivery, then we could end up with a case where we have, you know, 25 different stations, all with 1,000 gasoline, and then the system thinks that gasoline has 25,000 available, and the selector combinator chooses that, and then we're screwed. So by clamping it at the source, these won't ever sort of have like the aggregate of lots of empty stations being bigger than just a couple of full stations. I hope that made sense. So that's what I'm trying to prevent here. So that, on this side then, feeds into a selector combinator. And mode of operation, select input, sort descending. That's just like default selector combinator behavior. So this will output whatever the highest signal is, right? And if I wanted to have a second provider, and this one's gonna be, I don't know, petroleum gas. And when I blueprint this, obviously this will be set up a little more easily. Petroleum gas, except we're not going to have 45, we're going to have, I don't know, 34. There we go. So here we should have both of those, but at the output of this, yeah, just the gasoline. Perfect. Now, what we need to be able to say is that when this first tank is empty, yeah, when this tank is empty, we latch whatever's on here. All right. So with the decider combinator, and I think we're going to have another one here. Oops, let's just make a bunch of those. I haven't done a ton of work with combinators, so there's probably a better way to do this, but I'll get it sorted out. Okay, so if... Oh, output every single that passed all... Okay, I needed to use each. That's what I was looking for. Oh, but we can't output each. Alright, I'm very confused. If all input signals, it is true when there are no inputs. Output, okay. So this is what I want, right? If everything equals 0, then we're going to output a set. Okay. And then this one... I think I might also need a signal from the station, right? It's like... I don't necessarily want a latch. Or do I want a latch? I always forget which thing's a latch and which thing's a flip-flop. But what I think I want is... as long as this is empty and there has not been a train dispatched, then I want this combinator to track its input and to output our request. Okay, so as long as S is greater than 0, this outputs 1, and then we're going to have to say, yeah, we want to request a train load, right? So that's true as long as S is set. And then that'll come right over to this, right, where we should see that it's now requesting 25,000. And then what I need to know is that a train, well, what I need I could write this in like code in 30 seconds. I'm just not used to thinking about combinators. So let me check the CyberSyn docs. And let me see what signals I have available. The very tick a train is dispatched for a new order to the station. That order is added to the output of the station control combinator. Prevent duplicate orders from being generated. Okay. I think this will work. If I grab one of these guys and put it in station control mode, then its output will be an order. And if I take a decider combinator, and I say again, if anything is greater than 0, we're going to output reset. No. If this is greater than 0, then we want to hold. So as Alright, so we've got the output of our selector combinator. This is going to track whatever fuel has the most available. That needs to be fed into... I think I could do this with two decider combinators, like one of them that's like a latch and one of them that's not. So if I grab a couple deciders, if I have for this one, if it's going to be if the hold signal is greater than 0, then you output anything that's on your green signal, because your input is connected to your output. And this guy outputs when the hold signal equals 0. Output anything on green. And then on the tick that this transitions to hold equals 1, will this do what I want it to do? Let's find out. If I feed this on as an input, and I just give it anything, any signal at all, hold is now output. Output, input, output. Nothing here. Okay. And if I change this so that we have more petroleum gas, we're still input, nothing here. Output is still gasoline. And then if I clear this signal, we're now outputting petroleum gas, and if I put a signal here again, we're latched on the gas. And if we go back down to low, okay, so this is working. This is doing what I needed to do. So now, so actually this can just be one. Let's see. By multiplying this to 1, this will always just output the requested fuel. The type, basically, with 1. This will output either 25,000, which is the request amount, or 0. And then an arithmetic combinator can take in both of those and do... No. I might have to do this with 2 arithmetic combinators. I don't want to do, like, each signal times S, right? And output each signal? Yeah, because that'll filter, that'll get this S signal in here. But I don't know what this will be. I want, like, everything that's not S. Oh, I can do this with 2 different colors, can't I? If I do S on red... and I only do green, there we go. Except this needs to be negative. And then that feeds into here, where it's now requesting 25,000 gasoline. Except this has... Wait, this has a signal. Wait, did a train get dispatched? It did. It's going to pick up gasoline and then it's going to complain. It worked. It latched it. Oh, that's so stupid. Okay. Well, that train's going to be sad for a little while. I'm going to have to, like, manually deal with it. Okay, so this is working. So all I need to do now is, like, make this less ugly and, hello, box? Oh, did I turn off my RoboPort? So I can do like this to kind of compact it. And then, let's see, this thing ends up there. This thing ends up like here. These guys can all go like... Doesn't really matter where they go. They're going to be kind of ugly no matter what. There we go. And then the selector combinator. Oops. All right, there we go. That is something that resembles a fueling station. We can put that right there. But it should basically still be... Oh, interesting. We got in a weird state here. Yeah, we have a hold signal. Oh, the request went away. Yeah. Because we rebuilt the combinators. So the hold signal is still on. Which means that it's not going to output anything. So we don't get a request here, but that's just because this thinks that there's a train coming, and there's not a train coming. All right, and then for our various fuel providers, we just have to add these things. Just this, a radar and a decider combinator is all that it needs. Cool. Let's see if we can deal with this broken train. I'm gonna have to find a spot that wants gasoline and just park this and let it deal. The question is, what is a reasonable spot that will want gasoline? Guess we're going this way. I guess I could take it to the glassworks, actually. And just park it there for now. This is not the glassworks. Oops. Where's the glassworks? Oh, down one more. And that was my turn. All right, one more time. I'll get the turn this time, I promise. Left here. Left here. Oh, and I think it's left here. Nope, no, it's not. It's forward, and it's the next one. Bonk. Thanks, train. All right, and this guy is... Oh, it emptied. Cool. There was enough space here for this to go. Okay. Clear the temporary stops. Automatic. Run. Done. All right, let's blueprint this thing. We're going to call this fuel station fuel drop-off is what we're going to call it. And we'll put that tank as the icon. All right, and fuel pickup is just a normal liquid pickup with the extra combinators to provide the signal to the global system. All right. I imagine that this is going to be broken in at least 2 or 3 different ways in practice, but let's deploy it somewhere and let's try it. So where's a place that we're requesting fuel? Well, right now we have the... the glassworks, but that one's gonna be funky because it's a shared station, right? I need to figure out how to make this work with shared stations. And I think I can. It's just not gonna be fun. So where do we have one that's like just a fuel and nothing else? That may not exist. There may not be such a thing anywhere in this base. Oh, well, that's... We have it over here. For this thing, it requests gasoline, because this feeds the salt mines. But again, that's not really just a fuel station. Why do I have oxygen and hot air as separate delivery stations here? That's weird. Oh, that's glass again. Oh, that's a mining fluid. That's not what I want. Over here. No, that's the artificial blood. None of that, none of that, none of that. I guess I don't have that many places where I've got something that's being pulled in as just a fuel, huh? Weird. Gasoline here is actually a required specific input. This isn't a fuel request. Oh, what about this one? Nope, this needs gasoline specifically. Again, gasoline specifically. Yeah, I don't know. I actually can't find that many spots where we have something coming in as a fuel. Is it really just glass right now? That would surprise me that I haven't built anything else that uses a fuel anywhere. Well, let's get glass retrofitted at least. We're not going to be able to put down the exact normal build because that's a shared station. I might try to do something where I can have a template that like retrofits a shared station, or a blueprint rather. But I'll probably just try to keep fuel as its own station for a lot of things moving forward, instead of having all right, so we need to get rid of the gasoline request. We need to get rid of that connection. We need to get rid of the filter on this pump, because this pump will be in set filter mode. Now, if we take the fuel drop off here, let's just grab our combinators. Oh, good. Oh, yikes. Glad that worked. Okay. So we're also going to need one of these guys. And this needs to feed the selector combinator. Whoa, low power? No. Oh, I need to set up providers as well. Let's figure that out in a second. And then we have this arithmetic combinator that needs to feed into here. Okay. So the output of the S signal goes here, and that comes from that guy specifically being 0. So that's not going to output. And then this is going to output whatever it selects. And because this combinator... Oh, there's a bug here. This isn't going to work. Because I rely on knowing that the train is dispatching something to latch the system, I mean, I guess it's fine. It just won't... Even if something gets dispatched for the other fluid, it temporarily won't float to the highest priority fuel. It might stick with what it has while something else gets dispatched. So that is what could go wrong there. And then the input of this needs to be from these latches, right? And that's that. Yeah, hold equals 0, output everything, or hold is greater than 0, output your input. I think this is right. I think this should now correctly... Oh, and the only other thing we need is that the output of whatever we're selecting needs to go to this pump in set filter mode. Right, because this is a shared station. All right. So now, what I should be able to do is grab some more circuits so I can make more radars. And then if I start putting radars where we have fuels, like gasoline coming as an output, etc., then we should be good. Let's see, let's go down here. Let's just grab circuits from the source. Okay, so we need to find where I'm making things that are fuels now, and that's going to be exciting. Here, no, this is just BTX. That'll get turned into a fuel. Naphtha is not a fuel. This is gasoline delivery, so none of that is fuels. That I don't want to use as a fuel. Down here we have petroleum gas can be a fuel. So we grab a cider combinator and a radar. And our inputs are I still wish there was an easy way to do a, like, each signal that passed the conditions. Anyway, this will be petroleum gas is greater than 25,000, then output petroleum gas. Done and done. So that'll happen whenever this starts to back up. Why isn't this system running, by the way? Oh, it just doesn't have bitumen. Surely. Actually, wow. I didn't think it was possible. I've only got 6,000 bitumen left. All right. So I know that I'm making gasoline somewhere as a byproduct. I just don't remember where. Obviously, we have the gasoline that goes into the base from up above, and that's like our fallback. Oh yeah, it would be at like tar processing. Where did I do tar processing? Here we go. So yeah, this is going to provide gasoline as a fuel. And I think that's the only one here that's really considered a fuel. Everything else kind of needs to find... Yeah, would be processed further to be considered a fuel. So let's head over there and let's set up a signal on that one. Train is stuck. A train is stuck. Oh, it's loading ash. That's okay. I guess I could set the thresholds for ash a little bit lower so that we don't keep getting those alerts. Whoops. Oh, all this woods is in my way. Yeah, none of these are ever also... yeah. Let me find the two things that I needed. Decider combinator. And one of these guys. Hook it up. Gasoline is greater than 25,000. Output gasoline. I don't think any of the rest of these are things that we want to use as fuels, so I think we're fine here. If I just, like, copy this, put it down, change this to... parameter 0, also parameter 0. And we blueprint this. As a fuel provider, parameter name 0 is the fuel. Create blueprint. There we go. All right. So hopefully that's more or less correct and is going to work right. I think I have to build the BTX to benzene process, and then we'll have benzene available on rails as another fuel. I guess in the general case... Why is this stopped, by the way? Are we full on something? Oh, we're full on anthracene. Okay. So we might need to make an anthracene sink, is what I'm seeing here. Because anthracene is being used for what? It's used for carbon black, I think, for rubber production, right? Over here. Yes. Oh, sorry. Fluids. Anthracene usage. Oh, it gets used for asphalt. Okay. I could turn it into creosote. That would be stupid. I could turn it into coke and gasoline. Or with hydrogen, I could just go straight into gasoline. Carbon black. Yep, using that for rubber. Okay, and nothing else. Okay. So yeah, this is just used for asphalt and rubber right now, which explains why it's backing up. So I probably need to build... either this one or this one. Probably this one. And that would get... because I know I have lots of hydrogen floating around on rails, or at least I think I do. And that would get us more gasoline into the system. Okay, let's add that... I'm not sure where... I want to do that before I start doing new stuff, so it's part of our, like, these things up here. So, BTX to benzene, the hot air build, coke oven gas isn't backed up yet, so I don't really care. And then, I guess that means anthracene is before BTX. Let's actually do anthracene first. We've got... mostly because anthracene is backed up and other things aren't. The other thing I want to do is I want to find... yeah, that build. So I can get rid of these extra tanks now. Because we are using all this stuff up. Eh? Eh? Alright, one, I'm not sure how we ended up with empty comb in here. But two... I didn't realize I had this. Just sitting around here. Okay. I guess we're dealing with this first. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it wants to start running the ad soon, so we will let it do that. I'm just going to drag this belt of... this belt of biomass over to where it needs to be delivered. Okay, where does this go? There we go. Right? Really? That didn't connect? I thought I saw that was connected. There it goes. All right, and once this is done, I will step away for a second for the rest of the break and get myself a little more water. When we come back, we will, I don't know, we'll figure out what the next task needs to be, which I guess was still going to be Anthracene processing. All right, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the ad. I know a 3-minute ad break is a long ad break, but doing one ad break, one chunk of time per hour is the best I can do to make ads less disruptive. Way better than being interrupted every few minutes. I noticed when I was looking at my map that our radar coverage is wrong over here. This one I expect to just be kind of funky because it exists to deliver low power. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we're right on the cusp. I didn't realize we were this close to power limits. Have any of my power plants failed? Is one of the questions. And the answer is yeah, almost here. Look at that. The Agar's not having time to spoil on the belt. But otherwise, these are running at full capacity. Output full. On interesting. Yeah, so this is in a degenerate state, which I never even thought about. But basically, I think I have more capacity here to convert hot molten salt into steam than I do capacity here to convert 12 times 20 is 240. Why do I have 3 of these? Oh no, right, because we have 2 of these. 480. Okay, so 3 is correct. Oh, but this is jammed up. One of these broke. What? Yeah, disabled by control behavior because we have enough logs. That is funky. Okay, yeah, that's broken. What about this one up here? This one appears to be running fine. Okay. So I need to get this restarted. That's part of my problem. Oh, but I noticed I was going to fix this. We find... Yeah, it was just a couple of... Pyanodon, just what I need after a long day of playing Pyanodon. Exactly. No. Alright, let's go fix the broken power plant, and then, I'm not sure why it broke, but it broke. And then after that, we'll get back to what I wanted to do, which was continuing tar and oil processing, converting anthracene and BTX into usable fuels. Where am I going? Up here. So, yeah, this is all jammed up because apparently there's just a little too much ash in the loop. All right. We might need to pull a little more ash out of this system to get it all started. Yeah, this is going to want me to pull out quite a bit more. Because this system won't turn on and start bringing in ash until, there we go, until this is below 100. So now it'll at least start using ash on its own. And then yeah, these guys are just very slowly catching up on the backlog of biomass. Okay, but the system is starting to turn on both lanes, so I think we're going to be okay. I'm just amazed that one of them managed to die and one of them didn't, and I'm wondering if this one is on its way to death. Because what's supposed to happen is it turns as much ash as possible, or as much biomass as possible, into ash. Whatever's left over comes in here and gets made into CO2, and then the moondrops are a top-up valve, so they only run when we need more CO2 up here. So the system should be fine. I'm not sure how it got completely backed up, because these can't generate enough biomass to provide the full CO2 and the full ash that's required. They just can't. But yeah, with more of these running, slowly but surely, hopefully we're not blipping power anymore. Yeah, because we have a lot more... Yeah, we're backed up on pressurized steam now, not on molten salt, and that's exactly the state we want to be in. Cool. That should help a lot with our... Oh, well, no, not on that one. That should help a lot with our power capacity, because we were capping out at, like, half power because one of these was completely broken. I might have other power that's broken, but for now, at least, we're turned back on. Alright, that could have been a lot worse. Because, yeah, all of this is on... I'm also lucky that this side stayed functional, because I was able to bootstrap the whole system from this one steam turbine that runs this system. If I had lost both sides, I would have had to use power to restart power, and that would have been rough. Yeah, maybe a tank on the CO2 system would stop it from, just so that, 80% means that I have thousands of CO2 space available, not hundreds, right? Or tens. Yeah, maybe that's the answer. Maybe it just needs a little tank. I can put one of those there. And I'll put one of them over here. And we'll call that good enough, and I'm not going to mess with it anymore. I have other things I want to be working on. All right, so at the top of my list is anthracene processing. We want to be turning anthracene into gasoline. Let me find my YAFC window. Oh, I think I got rid of my tar processing on Rails, didn't I? Shoot. Cleaned up my tabs, and now I don't know how much anthracene I'm making. If I check the game, what did I actually build for tar processing? I've got 5 machines doing tar refining bottoms. All right. So we're going to bring in tar. We're going to do tar refining bottoms. We're going to set fixed building count to 5. And we're going to work around that. Tar refining tops. The light oil goes to gasoline and aromatics. Pitch. I think I'm doing this processing on. I think that's what I built. Yep. 7 of those, 2 of those, 2 DDCs doing that. Yes, okay, and that's the whole tar processing build. All of these are things that I'm actually outputting, so if we want to use them or process them further, I either need to do it with overflow valves on site, or I need to build separate stations for it. If I want to do this one, which I think is pretty straightforward. Wow, 10 DDCs. All right. I guess I just do this on site, right? And I just overflow the anthracene instead of doing a whole separate anthracene, like... Yeah, because we're not making anthracene anywhere else but here. At least not until we get to this turd, if I even take this turd. So it makes sense to just grab 10 more DDCs and set up this processing on site. The other option, of course, is to do this one, which makes a little more gasoline. But we need to bring in hydrogen for that. Actually, wait. No, okay. Yeah. So it is a little bit. It's, about 17% more gasoline doing it this way, and a lot less coke. But I'm gonna bet that if I take into account coke to tar... Oh, well, that doesn't matter because we have a fixed number of buildings that we can do. But, like, you know. Cool. Let's get this set up then. Let's get 10 DDCs and get that little build done. And while I'm up at base, I can think about whatever else I might need to grab. because my inventory is a little bit sad. Yeah, the bots are going to bring me a bunch of stuff, but, turn that on. The other thing that I need is BTX to benzene build. While the bots are bringing me stuff, we can look at YAFC and figure that out. So, just from the bitumen, we've got... Okay, that's 0.2 multi-purpose crackers. That can't be right. Oh, because this is pulling 150 degree steam. There we go. Half a multi-purpose cracker. I've also got... Oh! Here we go. Tin chromium alloy needs... Oh, but this makes its gasoline on... Oh! Yeah, I'd need to pull in gasoline anyway. Okay, yeah. Because we make 0.63, we need 1.25. So if we have to specifically request gasoline anyway, we'll just use it as the fuel down here, because this is a very low fuel usage. That's fine. So yeah, this needs BTX to benzene, and then I don't know if I still have a natural gas tab. Here we go. This BTX to benzene needs 0.9. So I'd need, I guess I'd make 2 of them. 2 multi-purpose crackers will make a lot of benzene. And then I'll set up benzene as a fuel. And then the, like, 2 places on rails that actually use liquid fuels will start to pull from that. And that's just multi-purpose crackers. That's easy. And a couple of electric boilers. Cool. And it'll take a second for the bots to bring down... They're going to have to come up here and grab a couple of buildings, probably. And then this should get us... Oh, that's 2 steps there, and then we need to work on the hot air build, which I had started doing... Thought I had a hot air build in YAFC, but I don't see it. I don't see it in my FC, so I will have to rebuild that when I get ready to build hot air, but that's fine. Alright, come on, bots. Just bring me this last building. Oh, it is in oil. Alright, cool. I will grab a few more circuit boards, because I will... Well, maybe I won't grab a few more circuit boards. The circuit boards are still accruing down here. I'm assuming that train is stuck on one of the couple of things that trains usually get stuck on, and I'm not going to worry about it. Alright, so down here we have anthracene. And if I just plop down an overflow valve, done. And we grab these 10 DDCs. Yeah, and we can just do these as like anthracene in one column, gasoline in the next. There. 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 Yeah. Except the whole thing needs to be a little bit lower. All right. Gasoline will need to come all the way down to here. Each of these outputs 1.25. All right, I'll just do 2. These guys. All right, so this should all turn itself back on now. This will be making a lot more gasoline. Be delivering Coke where it needs to. Oop, let's see here. Making a lot more gasoline. So this is now outputting gasoline as the preferred fuel. Let's check the glassworks, just out of curiosity. This tank is empty. This is outputting gasoline. This is not receiving a gasoline signal because I didn't wire it in. Cool. Yep. And then we should have a hold signal now because we're outputting this. Hold is on. Which means this is outputting still the gasoline signal. Cool. So this is now requesting gasoline. And that'll get pumped into this tank, and it'll request, well, whatever the next potential fuel is. Then as soon as this gets up above 25, it should output again. 25, output signal. Cool. All right, so the next thing we need is BTX processing, because this is stupid, although I think I can actually get rid of the bonus tanks here. It looks like I have the storage space for them. But we also are going to run out of space down here eventually. This system also generates a bunch of BTX. Yeah, we've got 80,000 already. So we'll want to be generally producing more. Turning that BTX into whatever it is, benzene. That, I guess, is going to be its own thing because I have BTX coming from multiple sources. right? So I can't just do it anywhere. Looks like I've got room here for a couple of rails, though. So I think we can put those machines right here and not have to build any extra stations. Sorry, I just went right past it. Because, yeah, this is fairly... I mean, I'm not going to say low volume, but, like... It's not a very high volume spot either. Oh, we have so much rubber. Oh my god. I had no idea we had that much rubber. I guess our only use for it on rails right now is glassware, so that makes sense. Because if I come down here... Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's good to see. It's interesting that Petri dishes have taken so long to even try to back up, but I guess there's a lot of demand for them, so... Whatever. And I guess I did also let this system turn itself off. So this should be requesting another load of... No. Because there's nothing that can provide it with any fuel. We have no fuel on rails, so it's not going to try to do it. Because we're out of gasoline down here. Okay. That's actually good. That is the system working as intended. So let's get another fuel available to the system, and we should see it switch to... we should see it switch to the new fuel. And if so, then I think we can claim that the fueling system is working. Alright, so this is going to request BTX. It's going to take a tank full of it. Begin delivery whenever possible. And then that goes through 2 multi-purpose crackers. And, like, that's it. I think this is a very easy build. Oh, these need heat. I didn't fully appreciate that. What is this station? This is a provider. I built this for something. But I don't know what. Anyway, these are required temperature 750. So these do need to be running off of coal. Okay, I changed my mind. I'm going to do it over here where I'm doing rubber because I've already got coal, and I think I already have an ash output somewhere. Yes. Because I've already got the heat over here, basically. So if I move these stations down here, then I don't have to do anything special. Cool. Let's turn this station off. Oop, and I did those in the wrong direction. They actually go there. Oh, oops. I did not mean to delete all that BTX. I wasn't paying attention. I was going to pump it over to this station, but that's okay. We will survive somehow. Let's see. Fluid drop-off here. Same thing. Request BTX. And then the output of this. Oh, not there, that's for sure. We'll come over here. And the multi-purpose crackers have heat inputs like here. There we go. Those will get up to temperature fast. And this will also make it much easier for me to extend this if I need to, because it's already in a place where there's space to work. Let's see. Can I manage to make this? Yes. All right, so that'll put Nexolite plates out, and that'll get fed down to these guys. And then lastly, we just need their output. All right. And then if we grab this... what are we turning BTX into? Benzene. Make sure that's hooked up to the right side of the combinator. Make sure all my plumbing looks good, and it does. This should be able to deliver an Nexilate plate. I'm pretty sure I have Nexilate on rails here. I'm hoping that that is low because a train has been dispatched and not because... Man, have I just never gotten enough Nexilate? Do I have to hand feed that? That would be unfortunate. Because, yeah, we're only getting Nexilate basically from tailings. Where is this coming from? Oh, this gets fuel from the from the belt base. Okay. I should feed Nexilate from here. I can overflow the Nexilate and reverse this belt and feed it from the main base or from the belt base into the rail base here because this is such low volume. All right. So... we're going to split off... Nexilate plate. And then split that off again. Output priority right. And then this whole belt swaps direction. Because this was previously feeding spare Nexilate from this system up to there. There we go. So this will just dump Nexilate from the belt base down into the rail base. And if we're backed up on Nexilate, it will prefer to pull the Nexilate from the belt base, which means that tailings, right now tailings are like all coming to this thing. This was high priority tailings. I could probably switch it to normal priority now. But basically, tailings will be available for other purposes on the base. Because we're going to have Nexalit flooding in from our little dinosaurs over here. Because I have plenty of workers' food, so we may as well just let them run. This is such an old build. Oh man, look at that. Solid fuel. Oh, a train is lost because its delivery station is broken. In that, please. Oh, and it's just like on rails. Okay, that's... Well, I'm glad that I have like redundant loops in the rail network. But that's bad. Is it this way? No, down here. All right, your cargo is empty. Temporary invalid. Okay, I think if we just get rid of all the temporary stations, run you to the depot, you'll figure yourself out. All right, so this is still waiting for... Oh, I need to finish actually hooking up the Nexalit rail here, or the Nexalit belt. All right, so this should turn on eventually and start turning BTX into benzene. Oh, well, that's not gonna... I didn't even think about that aspect of that station being woefully under-provisioned. Oh, don't pin that notice anymore. Not that this can actually provide, like, a whole belt full of Nexalit in the general case, but, you know, when the system's backed up. If we watch, then we should get a delivery scheduled shortly. Well, eventually. trains with the stop 1. All right. And then as soon as this delivery comes in, we should see the BTX to benzene build turned on. And then when the BTX to benzene build turns on, we should see benzene start showing up as an available fuel on the base. And I'd like to confirm that, like, the Glassworks is going to request benzene instead of gasoline when it can. And then I think we're in pretty good shape. I think the only thing wrong with the system as it is right now is that if I have multiple providers, like of gasoline, that are being like, if I have 2 of those that each have 50,000 in them, that'll say there's 100,000 gasoline on the system. If I then have like 80,000, and I'm making up these numbers, if I have 80,000 benzene, but it's only at one station and that one benzene station is full, then benzene will stay blocked. But I think that filter, we're making sure we only do things where we can deliver from, like, eventually trains should make it through to those gasoline stations, pull out 25,000 at a time, and then there will be enough left for, you know, something will request the benzene eventually, right? Where are we going? Oh. This is not the station that I was expecting to get this. I didn't realize that Decalin was still, in this high demand. But I guess we've been out of Nexalit for a little while or something, so... Alright, Let's go back to the BTX to benzene station real quick. Oh, and Twitch is telling me it is going to run an ad soon, in just a minute, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that as well. Okay, yeah, this is still turned off, and we're going to have to wait for Nexalit to get itself restocked here, which it is. Okay, and there is another train dispatched. Cool. All right, we'll see if that ends up coming down here. Like I said, I want to see this turn on, and I want to see the system actually, like, working correctly and dispatching multiple fuels. So yeah, I'm going to let Twitch run its ads, and when we come back, hopefully this will have had a chance to make some benzene, and we can see the system running. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right. Welcome back from the ad. So yeah, this just turned on. We just got the Nextlet delivery. So we're pushing benzene down into here. And if we look at this, it's going to take a hot minute for this to turn into... a few thousand that we need to see to actually see the system function correctly. But I think that'll be okay. 2.8. Yeah. So give that a second. Every 1 BTX turns into 2 benzene, so like we're going to be making a lot of benzene very quickly. And if I find that I need the system to like believe that it has more benzene, I can always drop another tank on here and hook it up to this circuit network, and then there will be like, yeah, there's 100,000 extra benzene. You should always get benzene instead of gasoline, or whatever I need to do in that regard, right? So if we find the glass build, how did that happen? All right, it looks like I need to add some extra signals. To that pump filter to make sure that it'll try to drain anything that's in it. I am too far north, aren't I? Shoot, sorry. I lost track of where I was going. All right, so what do I need to do here? I need to take... So yeah, this sets its filter from its circuit conditions, and it gets it from the latched system. And the latch holds as long as there's a train dispatched. So what must have happened is this... Yeah, as soon as the train was undispatched, there was still gasoline in these pumps. But it lost the filter because the hold signal went away. This tank wasn't empty, so okay. I understand what I need to do. What I do is I take an... Ooh, cool. I need an arithmetic combinator, which of course I can't make. Let's go grab some circuit boards. Hope we have enough. But what I need to do is I need to say any signal in there except for hot air. We want to feed back in as a potential filter, right? Can I do that with a selector combinator? Maybe. But if not, I can do it with a couple of arithmetic combinators. And there's also a difference between can I do it with a selector combinator and can it be done in general with a selector combinator. But so selector combinator. No. But if I do 2 arithmetic combinators, I take... Oh, we can't read... Ooh, that's bad. Oh. I can't read from the pipe. Does that mean that I need to just put, like, the smallest container that I can on that? Just, like, as something that I can read from? I guess so. Okay. That's annoying. But fine. Because now we can read from this. Sure. Whatever. So if I take these, and I take signal off of here, input is, if there is hot air, multiply that by -1, and we output hot air. And then, oh, that's it. That's all we need to do, is we just need to multiply hot air by -1, because that then gets fed to this pump along with this. There we go, in filter mode. Except I saw this flicker to hot air for a second. Oh, because there's like a latency. Yeah, so this isn't quite what I want to do. Because there's that 1 tick latency, so as the hot air is being pumped out, this could decide that it wants hot air. Oh, and this is absolutely decided. And this is selecting benzene, which means our hold signal should be high. Yes. Okay, so we're latched on benzene. So we might actually see this fail again in the same way, which is great. Okay, so I need to filter out the hot air without... with... I guess what I do, just so that everything has the same latency, is if I take 2 of these combinators. One of them is hot air times -1, outputs hot air. One of them is each value times 1, output each value, and then if I sum those together, that gets hot air times 0, and everything else just passes through, and they've got the same latency. This works. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. I'm really not great with Factorio circuit conditions, but let's see it. This switched to gasoline. This is outputting benzene. But this has its filter set to gasoline because it's requesting gasoline. Because there's more gasoline in the network than benzene right now. And that's overriding the set filter. Alright. I don't know how to fix that. I guess instead of having this output to this pump, what I could do is another set filter pump set up like, I don't know, here. That one will do benzene, and that will bypass this. The problem is that this will also try to pump, as soon as there's gasoline in this system, it'll try to pump gasoline, which should be fine. It just won't be able to if there's benzene in here. And otherwise, does this work? I don't know if this works. And then if I look at my fuel drop-off station... Okay, it's not a problem here, because we don't have a filtered pump. So there's no issues as long as there's no filtered pump. It's the pump filtering that gets funky. So yeah, this is going to try to pump gasoline, but can't. But this is set to benzene. Ah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This is set to benzene. We don't have a hold signal, but we're getting the green signal from this. But we're missing... Oh, maybe that's what I want to do. Maybe that's what I want to do. If I take this, disconnect it, and then if I feed it its signal from here, set filter, right, and then also from here. So yeah, once this is out of benzene, it'll try to pump the gasoline in here. This will go to nothing, and it'll have to figure itself out from there. This might work, where this is now only... Yeah, so this will either get a filter from here, and as long as it's still pumping, this won't be empty, so this shouldn't be trying to put a different signal into the system. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Oh, but this will also output like a negative signal, won't it? Will that even work correctly for trying to set the filter with a negative? That doesn't work. I have just confused myself further. Alright, I'm going to wait for this to jam up again, and then I'm going to try to redesign something again, because I've just managed to confuse myself. Yeah, so this will change... As soon as this leaves, this train leaves, this will change its selection to... It won't be held anymore, and it'll float to whatever the highest signal is, right? Which in this case is benzene, because apparently we don't have enough gasoline. And that's true. We only have 20,000 here. We also are apparently making way more coke than this than the rail system can handle. So we might have to look into that, because that's going to block this system up. But oh, and we're just not making that much glass right now, are we? Why are we stopped? We don't have molten glass. Why are we stopped? These all claim to be working, but they're not running. Oh, I somehow got hot air into them. What? Why are these stopped? Yeah, there's benzene. These have hot air. I just need to rebuild these. Alright, not sure how that happened. Let's try not to get hot air into the system again. Did it happen down here too? No. Oh. Yep, that got screwed up. Cool. Oh, and we're backed up now on iron. Okay, I gotta fix this in a couple of places. Alright, so this is gonna be pulling benzene, 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 benzene. There should really be a pump on the output of this as well as on the input. Maybe I should fix that while I'm here. All right. And then this is going to hit 0. And we're going to latch in a new request. Oh. No, 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 no. Delete. You need to be hooked up to something, or else you're not in set filter mode. Okay. And you found some hot air. That would have been bad. I'm curious how you found hot air. It must have been a little bit in this pump. Okay. Anyway, set filter mode. So yeah, now this is sitting on gasoline. These guys are slowly draining out the benzene, and then they'll swap to gasoline. This is going to get issued, and it should have been issued already. Yes. Which means the hold signal is output, and we're holding benzene. That's fine. So, I mean, maybe what I should do is not use this signal at all to control this pump. And I purely just do my arithmetic combinators, right? So if I do these guys, and I say this one is hot air times -1, and then we add that to each signal times 1, output each signal, and then we hook that up to this. Okay. So this pump will now run anything that's not hot air that's in this system, and it'll just push it through. So now this is sitting on benzene. This shouldn't have a request anymore. Yeah, all it's doing is requesting hot air now. And this pump will never push hot air through because hot air is filtered out. Cool. I think that works. And this, again, this is only an issue when we're trying to bring fuel in on an existing multi-requester station. This shouldn't be a problem for more complex, or when I have a dedicated fuel station or anything like that. Yeah, and as we can see, there's lots of benzene in the system, so it'll prefer to pull benzene, but when it has to, it'll pull gasoline. Awesome. Let's go ahead and find this station for... So what's wrong here? Lots of things. It looked like when I changed this to be one of these, some things got screwed up. So there we go. And then the other issue is that we don't have a use for iron oxide on rails yet. So let's find a use for iron oxide. All right, we could do iron oxide tiles. Oh, we're gonna need it for vanadium pulp. That's good to know, but not useful right now. Iron oxide to iron plate, or iron oxide and tailings to iron slime. Pyrite is not useful right now. And then we're on to, ooh, we're gonna need ferrites eventually. Electronic stage 2, and I assume iron oxide is like, yeah, the only way to make ferrite. All right. So we will need iron oxide eventually. For now, I think it's just this. Iron oxide to iron plates. We'll set it up with a gas furnace. Let's hop into YAFC real quick. So we're gonna have iron oxide in at a belt a second. And we're going to turn it into iron plates using... We're going to use gas furnaces. Okay, it's one gas. One furnace can handle it. Fair enough. And we're going to set this up with the fuel station. And I just want to see it working, basically, because we've been having some issues with this one. So yeah, lots of benzene available still. So it's going to keep requesting benzene. So as soon as this is empty, pumped into here. There we go. It'll request. This will issue the request, which means that this should now be held. Yeah. All right. That seems like it's working. Let's find a spot to do this iron oxide processing. I guess right here is fine. Let's see. I've got a gas furnace. I've got a bunch of random stuff. Hopefully I have everything I need to set this up. So, first things first is the fuel drop-off here. Oh, oops, I don't think I had realized that that was broken in that template. That's okay. What do I need? I need 4 deciders, an arithmetic, and a... Alright, so we should have a request. Yes, we should... Well, we might not have a hold signal yet. Because it may not have been issued yet. Thinks a train is stuck somewhere. Oh, right. That's this whole situation. Yeah. We're gonna fix that soon. All right. So that is station 1. Station 2 is solid drop off. Oop, and I need more circuit boards. And more rails, apparently, too. Yikes. Alright, let's head up to base and grab what we need. Over here. Yep, I'm still missing one bot. I don't know where it ended up, but one of my quick start construction bots is gone. Yeah, and of course you can't go anywhere right now. You should have requested another... Oh, I need rails too. Oops, I completely forgot about that. I have to go all the way up to the main base. Ugh, wasn't thinking there. What do I need? Rails. Yeah. Trains are stuck, but they won't be for long. Alright, this is a solid drop-off, and it needs to request iron oxide. May as well just fill up the thing with it. Oh, and you're going to be low priority, because this is basically a sink. And then over here, we'll have a solid pickup. And this one will also be... Drop in a combinator here. This will be a high priority pickup because it is basically a byproduct. Train is latched, so we're gonna request benzene again. This tank then won't be full. Yeah, this should work. I think this is gonna work fine. So if I grab... I guess I could do two of them, actually. I think what I actually am going to end up needing is, like, this. And then 2 gas furnaces. And then the output, we might be able to get away with, all right. The answer appears to be that, no, two blue inserters cannot keep up with the output of this. But I think that's okay. Like, this is outputting, I mean, not quite a whole belt. It's outputting enough quickly enough that it should be able to burn through. It should be able to burn through a delivery far more quickly than... Yeah. Oh, somehow we've got like 3 trains worth of this coming all at once. Let's fix that train limit. Cool. And then this is going to end up filling up pretty quickly, because it's only a 2-to-1 compression doing that. But but also, that shouldn't stay overly full for too long, I don't think. Like, the coarse fraction... I mean, we make a lot of coarse fraction making pure sand, but I'm not that worried about it. Speaking of pure sand, how's glass? Glass is broken again. Glass doesn't have hot air. This requesting hot air. It is absolutely requesting hot air. And not requesting fuel. Okay, because the benzene is all the way overflowed into this station. Excellent. And that means that hot air is almost certainly sad up here. It is sad up here. That was on today's to-do list, wasn't it? Hot air to consume our coke oven gas. Yeah. So I guess we could start thinking about that, because we do have 87,000 coke oven gas to do. Is this system locked on anything? Nope. It's just that we only have one of these guys running. Okay. Yeah, these are like input limited by the other stages. So like, you know, as long as the main stage is running, these are expected to run kind of fractionally. All right. This is looking good. If I find where I did my BTX to... Yeah, here we go, attached to the side of rubber, because I'm a terrible person. Oops, I did not mean to hit escape there. This should just still be rolling on through, pulling in BTX, shoving it into these tanks. Yep. And it's slowly getting burned off as fuel. All right, so let's go to YAFC again. And if we look at our bitumen processing, we have 10 of this 500 degrees second coke oven gas. So let's do hot air on rails. Coke oven gas, 500 degrees. We're going to bring in 10 a second of that. We're going to make warmer stone bricks. And the warmer stone bricks will make hot air. And the hot air needs to be turned, coke oven gas to warm stone brick. And those all cycle. 100 degrees C coke oven gas. We need to get rid of, basically. I guess into syngas and flue gas? Shrug emoji? Pressurized air on site, water on site. This does not make a lot of hot air per second. There was something else that I was going to do as part of the bitumen processing, right? Where I was like, I can make a bunch of hot air out of this. Maybe not. Maybe I've confused myself. Because like 7.5 hot air a second is not that much hot air. I thought I had a bigger build in mind. Oh, if I heat up the hot gas... Right, that was it. I was recycling. I wasn't... Yeah. I know now. I was taking this back into 500 degree C coke oven gas. That was the plan. And now we've got the huge build. Because this makes 190 a second. We'll use 200 a second plus the 10 a second that comes in. Yeah. So this will do heat generation from, yes, coke. And then the hot molten salt needs to come from, I think I decided biomass was basically the option. Running fiber and biocrud. And then we'll make pressurized air. Okay. This is the hot air build. So as far as stations go, we have one solid delivery station, one fluid delivery station, one fluid pickup, 4 stations. Okay. Ugh. Cool. So we're going to need a lot of these regenerative heat exchangers. We're going to need a whole ass coal power plant, a bunch of biomass power plants, and a pressure pump. But this will get us so much hot air. Hopefully we can pretty much turn off the hot air from the main base. That would be cool. Obviously, I'll just switch that to be a lower priority. But yeah, let's grab our shopping list, and let's get that shopping list into the game. Regenerative heat exchangers. What's next? 5 biomass power plants. Four heat exchangers, 1 coal power plant, and 1 pressure pump. There we go. That is our requests. I'm going to go, before we go up there, I realized that I had some stuff in my inventory just now for animal processing. So we're going to go back over to animal processing, and we're going to drop off those extra, oops, I lost alt mode. And I've got cages as well. There we go. That should get Vrox moving a little more quickly. Not that I think it's an issue, necessarily. I don't think Formic is our limiting reagent right now for this production. But it should be able to catch up a little more quickly. Thinks a train is stuck again. Ash, I hope. Yeah. And even with cranes. or stack inserters rather, it's still thinks that it takes too long to empty that stuff. Gonna mark a bunch of this for deconstruction here. Then the next time I come through this area, the bots will help me clear out a bunch of that. Ooh, no, not Alt-D. Don't do that, Brandon. That would be bad. But as I come through here, the bots will do, you know, 1 or 2 things at a time when I'm in range. And it'll just help slowly but surely clear out my highways so that there is room for me to move through. Okay, we're probably going to have to help out with crafting some of these buildings, because, yeah, apparently we have no regenerative heat exchangers in Logi system. So that's unfortunate. What do we need for these? They're not that complicated. Boilers and circuits. And some small parts and pipes. Oh, stone brick. That's an interesting one. I do have a Logi request for that, but let's see if I can... Hey, Grim, welcome in. Good to see you. All right, there we go. Finally. How goes the Factorioing? It's going. We've made some progress. We got something that I'm calling dynamic fuel selection for rails working. So we're doing some combinator magic so that based on what burnable fuels are in the network, it'll try to always pick the most available one. It's only in use in a couple of places right now, but it is theoretically working. And it's working for the glassworks, which is the most important one, because I was having issues with fueling the glassworks before. Right now, I'm working on the stuff that I need. I have 500 degrees C coke oven gas as a byproduct from bitumen processing. Wherever I did it, here. So I'm working on setting up some stuff to, get that running as a big hot air facility, because hot air has been causing me grief for a while. So we're going to feed that hot air in. We're going to feed in biocrud and biomass and, you know, regenerate the heat in the coke oven gas infinitely. And then we'll have something like 150 hot air a second. What does Yafsi say? Yeah, 150 more hot air a second. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go ahead and set this. Oh, I need to grab more circuits so I have the stuff I need for stations. Otherwise, I'm going to have to come back around. This is going to be a low priority pickup. There we go. So that way the hot air will stay available to the main base if the rail base doesn't need it. Let's see, one of those, steel as well. Oh, I'm gonna need more copper. That's my limiting thing right now. Yeah, 5 of those, 5 of those. Bunch of those. Okay. That should be more than enough. Station parts to build station. Question is, where do I want to build it? I've been doing stuff kind of right into here, but this is gonna hit this if I do, I think, another one. I might be able to do one more like right here, but this whole section is basically in as much in use as it can be. So I probably need to take this path out a little bit further. And start working on like our next kind of box around here. And the other one that I need to do is like here out to like here. I don't know. I don't really have like a common high level shape for the big boxes. This one was too short, and I couldn't use like all of the inside space well. This one is definitely too tall, so I need to think about how big do I actually want my boxes to be. And I'm trying, I mean, it shouldn't matter with the clover leaves. I should be able to do 4-way intersections fine. So I guess go like across here, up here, here as another big chunk of it. And then figure out, I need to close off this box into that side, and I need to go at some point up, right? I need to eventually be feeding the mall from the rail base as the various inputs to the mall from the belt base die. And I'm not doing that right now at all. Why is science so low? Oh good, science broke again. Why? Because glassware's broken, and let me guess, glassware's broken on rubber. Oh, actually, it's probably broken on hot air. Yeah. I mean, also rubber, but hot air. Hot air is going to be slowing down a bunch of stuff in the belt base right now because we've been sucking it all into the rail base. So getting this hot air build done will help a lot with that. Which corner is this? Oh, I'm out of asphalt. I should grab some. If I remember where it's being made. Here. Yes. What doesn't it have? Oh, it doesn't have bitumen. Am I really out of bitumen? I mean, right now it only comes from bees, so yes? I guess as long as the bees are running, I'm happy. How are we doing on queens? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Cool. That's a lot of queens. Well, it's a reasonable number of queens. Alright, so I needed how many stations for this? 1, 2, 3, 4 stations. Alright. That is unfortunate. Almost ready for colony collapse. Yes. I actually did just... I think I just finished the turd. Yep. Oh, it doesn't... I was going to say, it doesn't lower the queen chance that badly. But, you know. What do we get? 10 natural gas, 3 honey, queen... Okay, so this is the same, except it needs the nitrogen contaminant now. So it's got to be one of the other ones that's, like, really good. Oh, the honey. Yeah, and I assume... Yeah, wax to lubricant is also really good. Okay. So, yeah. It makes the queens a little less... So we need the nitrogen, which is fine. We make the queens... We need a few more queens. I mean, 5 times as many queens, really. But then these recipes are all so much better. Okay. Productivity plus 5%. That doesn't seem that great. Although it is a productivity boost. So that's 5% for nothing. But compared to colony collapse, I am unconvinced. Alright. Yeah, I think I want to extend this out and we'll make our build over here or something. Doesn't really matter. Like I've said, there's not really a roadmap for the, like, overall size of the sort of larger loops, other than trying to keep them, you know, of a size so that the trains don't take more than a few minutes to get where they need to go. But, like, the base is so big at this point, I think all hope is lost in that regard. So... And Twitch is telling me that it's just about to run an ad. So I will let it do that. And when we return, we will... we'll finish up this hot air build. So I will see everybody in just a few minutes. I'll let the bots do what they need to do in the meantime. You've been working on red circuit prerequisites all week and don't feel any closer to making them yet? Yeah, that's, I mean, I haven't even thought about what that might even look like. Oh, that's just the, yeah, here we go, complex circuit board. What do we got? Batteries, optical fiber, diodes, microchips. Sure. But I imagine that each of these is like... Oh yeah, here we go. 2 different kinds of silicon. Go into like MOSFETs. Yep. Yep. This is not how doping silicon and assembling semiconductors works, but sure. And then each of these is going to be like crazy, right? Yeah. Yep. That'll be fun when I get to it. Looking forward to it. All right, we got a solid drop-off and a fluid drop-off. It's interesting that we go right from green circuits, which are vacuum tubes, to red circuits, which are, like, fully integrated circuits, and we're not going through, like, just, you know, early BJTs and germanium diode, like, era of need pi photolithography. There you go. Do we get a better, like... No, not after batteries. Alright. I would have thought, I don't know, this is something that Greg Tech does, right? Where as you progress through technology, you keep getting better and better recipes for the earlier circuits. So, like, you start out with the vacuum tube version, but then you can also start making your simple circuits with transistors and stuff when you get to that technology level, and you get a much better yield and a much, you know, you can unify your assembly chain, but... Okay, so inputs to this are coke oven gas. Oh. That's right. I can't do requests based on temperature. So I can never, ever, ever put anything but 500 degree C coke oven gas on rails. It will break everything. I'm curious how folks are dealing with that. Yeah, either just 500 or just 100. Yep. All right, and then what's my other inputs? Coke, biocrud, and fiber. Yeah, I mean, I could try to do 100, but then I'd have to deal with getting the 500 degree C gas where I'm making it as a byproduct down to 100, which means I'd also have like a hot air pickup here. Either way, so that 500 degree C coke oven gas will be combined with the gas from 4 heat exchangers. Okay. So let's get these heat exchangers in. And these are going to make coke oven gas. Yeah, 100 to 95. God, why are these things so awful? Okay. So that's going to be those guys. And their output... Oh, they require it to be... Ooh, yeah, that is a pain. So if I ever break this, I'm going to be really, really sad, is what you're saying. If I have anything above 250, can I feed it into the 250 degree C warm brick recipe? So, like, if I get some that's at, like, 300 somehow, and that'll spit out 100 degree? Yeah, okay. So I can get it down to 100 degrees, but if it's ever below 100 degrees, I'm screwed. Or between 250 and 100, I guess, would be the bad situation. All right, so this is going to be a top off. O less than 80, we feed in here. Beautiful. And then we're going to have molten salt from each of these, which we're going to have to deal with. Oh, I haven't even thought about how to get molten salt on site here. Yeah, that's going to be annoying. And then the hot molten salt. Okay. So we need 5 biomass power plants. Let's say these are big. Yeah. And if I take this biocrud on half a belt, and the fiber on the other half. That'll be something like that. Oh, no, that's wrong. Wish I could see what I was doing behind some of these pie buildings. There we go. Right. Yeah, I can go into the different network setup and do that wherever it is here. You have a specific network for 150C steam? Yeah. I have just been turning 150°C steam into water and voiding it, because it's the only thing that I can actually void. I'm sure I'm making lots of extra steam because of that. But okay, so that's the loop. I still need to feed this with initial salt, of course. And as far as fuel, it's just a couple of these should be enough. Power's free, you're just doing it because you can. Yeah. Reasonable. I mean, it's pie. We're not doing any of this because we have to. Okay. So this just needs biocrud. Hopefully it'll get some. I should probably make this a high priority biocrud station. But we'll see if that ends up being necessary. Yeah, so I need to figure out how to feed molten salt into this thing. That's going to be exciting. But we now have all of this, so we're going to have 10 heat exchangers doing warm stone brick to warmer stone brick coming off of this pipe here. All right. And then each of these guys, yeah, 1 second. So do that. And then that. Okay. And how many stone bricks a second is that? That's 10 a second. So we need to split our belt like here. Well, not this belt. This is the input. That's fine. But here, we want to do like this. And then our output on these is the 250 degree C steam. Or, yeah, the 250 degree hot air. So then we basically have another set of these that are doing... So this is hot bricks. Right here. 10 hot bricks a second. Ready to be fed into one more heat exchanger. And then... these ones are just making the warm stone bricks. Which means that they're outputting. And how many of those do we have making warm stone brick? 16. 4. 8. 12. 16. All right. And then that's going to be 8. 8. There we go. Actually, that's what I should just do here. And then all of these guys are going to be getting... they're going to be outputting 100 degree C gas. And they're going to need to bring in bricks. And then at the very end, we have this guy making hot air from warmer stone brick. And it's going to be getting all of how do I feed these together in a way that... let's do that, and let's actually do this one this way. Is that right? I think that's right. And then the input here... we're going to have a pressure pump, pressurized air. All right, I need a lot of undergrounds, obviously. We haven't gotten any biocrud yet. That's fine. These guys all have the hot coke oven gas, but they don't have any bricks. And then the actual hot air is going to need to come out here. So that is all fine, such as it is. The only thing that is left to do here is we need to hook up the... Well, one, we've got all of these underground pipes. We need to hook up the coal power plant as our heat source and hope that this row of heat exchangers can stay warm enough. I think it can. They have an operating temperature of like 350. And the coal power plant will get significantly warmer than that. So I should be able to just drop this thing like here. And if I set up... And then output will be ash. Is that our only solid output from this? It is. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I mean, this will use 2 megawatts. Each coke has how much fuel? 5 megajoules. Yeah, it's impossible for this to use more than like 1 a second. Let's just like... let's get rid of all this. And downgrade. And then output. All right, that'll be, because this is, I don't know why I do this for ash, because like I don't think I'm intentionally making ash anywhere, but whatever. High priority, it's a byproduct. If this backs up on ash, we'll all be sad. All right, so we just have to wait for this to heat up. I think this gets up to like 1,000. So hopefully across these 27 heat exchangers, even the one at this end will be above 350. By the time it gets down here. We're gonna need to start this somehow. And I guess I can just grab some warm stone brick, right? Like, I take bricks and just like, that's not what I meant to do. Even burners should be fine there. Yeah, they're fine if I had them distributed, but if I want to do them all in a row, I'm not sure that a burner could keep this above 350 all the way at the end. Does it drop off slow across buildings? Okay. I guess each building only counts as like one heat pipe, right? So it has the same temperature drop. Okay. Either way. This has not gotten biocrud yet, and that concerns me. Because I used to have so much biocrud. Alright, well this is almost full, just from spoiling lard. Oh, we're not making... Eh? Oh. Why no augs? Aug output full. That's... Oh. Oh my god. There's too many barrels in the loop. It's blocked up on barrels. Oh my god. Why am I so bad at this game? Alright, let's go fix that. Not that spoiling lard is my only source of biocrud on rails, but, like, that needs to be not broken, so... And I think I'm just going to stand here collecting these until kind of the belt drains to about this point, because I think that's a reasonable, like, backup of... You know, we want to have some barrels buffered on this side, although honestly there's 50 barrels buffered in each of the, these machines, so there's probably enough buffered that we don't need this at all. Any buffer on this side. Yeah, I definitely overdid this. How long is this belt? Oh, they're just so slow at emptying. All right, let's do this. The issue wasn't the belt, it was all of the other stuff that was being emptied onto the belt from all these machines that were over full. Oh, these stopped? Okay. All right, we're almost there. Alright, I think we should be good here now. There's some buffered in here and here. These ones are just starting to come around. Think we'll be okay. Because, yeah, these behave like furnaces, right? They'll buffer their outputs for as long as they can. Cool. That's turned back on. Okay. I have a lot of barrels. I had, like, 1,000 more barrels in that loop than needed to be in it. Which makes me wonder about the manure setup. Has it blocked itself off in exactly the same way? It has, because I had about 1,000 too many barrels in that loop too. I put a bunch of extra barrels in these loops. I had some intentionality with this. Like, this wasn't an accident, but I fully don't understand what I was thinking at the time, why I wanted the loop so full. At least I'm consistent? Yeah. Because, yeah, same thing. We'll see where this kind of stabilizes itself. Yeah, because all of these just tried to take in barrels, like, simultaneously, right? And that's going to take a minute for it to catch up. But, manure goes in there. Is this clay? Yeah, this has got to be clay. Alright, yeah, I'm just waiting for this to unblock itself again. Because all of these are going to be running kind of at the same time. Okay. I think we're good here. This does need more barrels in the loop, though. So that's fine. We can put them back in. Yeah, and that put in like 100 into the loop. Do a little more. It's okay if we end up with some buffering along these belts, but, like, you know, you don't want it backing up further than, like, here. You know, you want to see this belt full with some buffered in here as spares. Alright, we seem okay. Can one of these actually keep up with this? 2.5 a second? 0.1 a second? Yes. Because this will pull 20 a second. Or sorry, 2 a second, and this makes 2.5. So this should actually back up all the way. Yeah, and it is, and it will. Okay. I think we're okay. I think this is probably a reasonable number in the loop, then. Maybe. Might do like that. Just to get a few more buffered. Alright, I think that's looking okay now. Let me go check the other one, make sure that it's still looking, like, balanced. Ah, see, we're not quite balanced. We need a little more. Oh, well, this is also apparently wrong. There we go. Why is this belt... Oh, I remember. Yeah. I left this belt here when I changed some of the build around so that I could add food if I wanted to add dog food to the loop. That's right. That was intentional. It is intentional that there's an unused belt here. Okay. This is slowly getting everything over here, which will get all this spoilage pulled out eventually. Alright, I think we're good. Yeah, these are buffering few extras, but not like huge numbers of extras. And then up here, yeah, there's like 20 odd in there. And another 10 or so in here. I think we're good. All right. So yeah, I had like 1,400 extra barrels. 1,300 extra barrels in that loop. Cool. I completely forgot what I was doing. I need to go get underground pipes. I need to grab a bunch of... potentially a bunch of... oh yeah, these are going to be up at temperature, no problem. I need to grab at least one warm stone. Well, I need a recipe's worth of warm stone bricks to turn into warmer stone bricks. That's what'll get the system running. And that would be... what does this need? 5. I need 5 warm stone bricks that'll turn into warmer stone bricks that'll turn into hot air. Because that'll give us the 250-degree C gas that'll turn these on. So, like, that's part of the system that has to get started. I also need to be thinking about bootstrapping this with molten salt. How do we do that? It's just salt in an oxygen furnace. All right. So I might be able to just do that on site if I request salt. It's one of those things that, like, once the loop is looping, it's fine, but I need to think about how I want to get it running. Okay, what do I need here? Undergrounds, may as well grab regular pipes too. I'm gonna need a lot of blue inserters, I'm out of those. Let's grab some power poles. Let's grab some underground belts. What is this doing? This is still making Kickalc codices. Oh yeah, what's going on with that? How many, Okay, I probably have enough palm tree DNA samples. Jeez. We gotta switch to the potato DNA samples. Which means I gotta switch this to the Tufra Codex. Give it another slot. And I'll need to hand deliver some Logi science down to the Tufra. I didn't realize how long I had let that go, just making those DNA samples. That should be plenty of palm tree DNA samples to get Kickalcs started. Oh good, I have some evaporators. So I guess, yeah, let's head back down to that build. Oh, no, let's start here. Let's grab some warm stone bricks. Why are these not getting... We're backed up on what? How? It means these are stopped on tar. Yeah, tar comes from acid gas. Acid gas is coming from tailings. Oh! What did I do? Okay, that's a top up. But this is the saline water that feeds, like, the base. Yep. This is still stopped. Because hot air is sad. And hot air is sad because There's too much saline water. Interesting. This is not a failure case that I had anticipated. I mean, I can add... If anything starts pulling hydroxide, it'll help the system run. The question is... That's lamps. I got lost. Where's my hydroxide? That's hydroxide. Where does this sodium hydroxide belt go? Okay, it goes to rock food. So, like... In theory... Except all my rocks are stopped. Because we don't have moss. Is moss broken, or is moss just still woefully under capacity for what the base needs? I think moss is just still woefully under capacity for what the base needs. So yeah, moss is the limiting factor on this. I should probably turn this off. Right? Why is this still running? Yeah. Stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Because, like, seriously. We don't need to be... That'll redirect a little bit more moss eventually up into these systems. Because, yeah, this moss feeds food... Oh, this is split way up here. Okay. So this will eventually, like, reaccumulate moss. And this was not a huge drain on the moss of the system here, but, like, there's still no reason for it to be running. It's pulling, whatever, the better part of a moss a second. Which, like, obviously these all need. Alright. Yeah. That's not ideal. I didn't realize this was this broken. Now, these guys are trying to turn themselves back on, so... We will see how it goes as the moss kind of keeps trickling in. I mean, it does seem like it's backing up down here now. So, like, maybe we just had a slow spurt, or maybe we had more demand for wood, and that pulled more moss away. Unsure. But that'll make a demand for saline water again, which will get this system up here going again a little more. But I do need to grab some warm bricks. There's no way around that. I need to do that. Cool. And then the other thing I'm going to need to do is figure out how to get... salt running at the plant down there, because I haven't set up molten salt on rails, or any salt on rails for that matter. So I'm gonna need to figure out how I want to hook that up. And I'm really not sure yet. I don't even have plain salt on rails. I have saline water on rails, but I do have a couple of evaporators in my inventory. So I might just... This is going to be real stupid, but I'm going to do it anyway. So if I take... Well, first things first, let's throw this in here. Hey, warmer stone brick. All right. So those will do their thing. That should have made... I didn't make enough gas for any single one of these to turn on. Oops. So I'm going to need to get more warm stone bricks to bootstrap this system, I think, just to get this gas at the right temperature. Yeah, anyway, let's get... This is the 100 degrees C output gas. And that needs to be fed into these guys here. Eventually, that'll work. This still hasn't gotten a delivery of biocrud, which is surprising. This is... I don't want to set up another station. This isn't set up as a multi-fluid requester, so I can't just request saline water here, which is annoying. But I can set one up. I set up a fluid drop-off here. Is that in the right place? Seemed high. But no, I guess it's there. Alright. This is gonna request saline water. I hate what I'm about to do, but it'll get the job done. All right. So this is going to be molten salt input. If I add tank as a buffer, I guess I'll use one of these 40 KLs just because I have a bunch of them. And then feed in as a top-up. And then, oh, I don't have... Oh, I can make a couple. Okay. Yeah, grab a basic oxygen furnace. Doing molten salt. Just like that. This guy will get its fuel in. And then down here, if I make myself an evaporator, making salt from saline water. Okay. This is a waste of electricity, but whatever. So this will feed in salt to this side of the loop. This will get this part of the loop all warmed up. We still need more bricks in this loop. And of course, the actual hot air output hasn't been connected yet. So that needs to be done. So that's going to be this fluid pickup station. And we can bring the pipe right through, like, this level. Oh. All right. So that'll be hot air out as this system is able to process it. But one, we still need biocrud. Two, all right, this needs a little more fuel than the blue inserter or than the gray inserter can provide. All right, there we go. Better. I'm hoping that this can make enough molten salt to keep the loop happy within 1,000 crafts. And that way I don't have to deal with the ash coming out of this ever. It just sits here as part of the build. Alright, so all I need now, I guess, is I need more warm stone bricks because these need to be... We need to get enough 250-degree gas going through the system to start some of these running. And then I'm an absolute idiot. This is the output of these. Yeah. This connects to the input here. The input of these is here. So I think I need to take a whole bunch of this and move it over. And then this does a little jump like that and just has one heat pipe. Heat pipe. There we go. And that'll get up to temp pretty quickly. The only issue is I lost... There we go. That should be what I wanted to do. Alright, well, I need to go grab a few more warm stone bricks, and then we'll see if we can get this thing turned on. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it's going to start an ad. I will step away. Well, I'm going to grab these stone bricks, and then I will step away while the ad is running, because I didn't during the last ad, and I need to stretch my legs and top up my water, because I am almost out of water. Recommend everyone else hydrate during the ad, because I won't be doing anything interesting. So it's a good opportunity to take a break. All right, hopefully 85 of those. I just kept tapping F until I ended up with a multiple of 5. There was no method to my madness. But hopefully that's enough to get those running. Alright, and like I said, as soon as I get back over there, I am going to step away, stretch my legs, and get some more water, for those who can still see me during the ad. And then we'll drop those bricks in, and we'll try to turn this whole system on in just a few minutes. All right, thanks for sticking around, folks. Always appreciate it. I do try to do just the one ad break an hour, so that ads are as unintrusive as possible. All right, let's let this run a few more times. And hopefully that'll get these guys up to, well, actually, if I just, like, turn one of these off, then this guy will get all of it. There we go. Yeah, and as these ones turn on, we're gonna get coming through here, 100 degrees C, into these guys. So these guys, all right, have been accruing salts. That's working, but I still don't have biocrud to turn them on, which is not great. I could probably do it by hand if I need to, find some biocrud. But yeah, this should be sitting around 80, right? Because this is a top up. Yeah. And we expect to only pull from this pretty slowly. You know, this whole system uses 200 a second, 500 degree gas, but 490 of that comes from, or sorry, 190 of that comes from these. So that'll be, you know, just 10 a second from this, but that's all that we're making right now is 10 a second. So that is fine. We probably do need more bricks in the loop. Yeah. We do indeed need more bricks in the loop. But as these guys turn on, oh right, because I moved that, but not this. And I moved that, but not this. All right, there we go. Hot air. To here. Beautiful. So I think I just need to get some biocrud into this thing so that it can turn on. Its overall biocrud demand is not that high. Like a quarter of a biocrud per second. But we just don't have that, I guess, currently available. So I can grab a few stacks, though, from animal processing. Because we should have some biocrud, just not like a full thing of it. Yeah. Oh, no, stop. Take all that out. There we go. So that should be enough to get the system bootstrapped, and then over time, this will catch itself back up. I think, have another use for large somewhere now as well, so... But, like, there's also other biocrud sources in the rail base. Just none of them are ready at the moment. Alright, if we throw this in here... These guys should be able to turn on, and that'll start regenerating this coke oven gas on this side. And then again, this system probably does need more bricks in the loop. And that is fine. It'll get itself figured out. Well, maybe it doesn't need more bricks in the loop. There's a bunch of them backed up here already. Yeah, because these can only run if they have warm bricks, right? And we only get warm bricks when these run. And I've only put 100 or so bricks, warm bricks, into the loop, which is... Well, there's 10 of these, so that's 2 crafts for each of these. But I guess there will never be more than, like, 100 warm bricks at once? No, but what should eventually happen is this will fill up with hot air over here, right? And that will also affect... Because, yeah, I'm not seeing any of these guys turn on, like, more frequently. And I think that's because these guys are being limited because these guys can't run enough. Which I think means that I need to grab more warm stone bricks from other setups. Yeah, I think I'm right. I think I need more warm stone bricks to transfer the heat to get more of the 250 degrees C coke oven gas into these ones to run them all a couple more times. To get more warm stone bricks through the system. To get more 250 degrees C. Or I need to inject 250 degree C coke oven gas, but I can't do that easily, so we're not going to do that. We're gonna go grab some more bricks. I think that's the right thing to do. Could be wrong. But given our superhighway, it doesn't take that long to get up to base, so we may as well. Alright, another 160 bricks. Let's see if that's enough to kind of get everything to turn on. Because that's really what I want to see, is I want to see both systems running, like, or both sides running at full speed, right? We want to have however many, all 10 machines sucking up 500 degrees C gas, as well as the 16 machines sucking up 250 degrees C gas. And the ones that want 250 degrees C gas can't run right now because they're not getting enough of that 250 degrees C gas. So if I do this... then all of these guys should start going. The question is, was that enough, or do I need another batch of them to kind of get this whole thing running stably? Yeah, because these are starting to turn off. So I might need another batch of warm bricks even to get this system running stably. Well, as long as none of these... Yeah. I'm not sure we're keeping up with brick demand here. Which means these aren't running enough yet, which means I need more bricks over here. We're only running about halfway, and I've put like 260 bricks in. So let's push it up to like 600. Let's grab another like 300 bricks. And then I'm going to have to make sure that that system doesn't have too many bricks in the loop overall, because I did put a bunch of just regular bricks, not even warm bricks, into it. And I might need to put some more regular bricks up into this loop, because I'm pulling the warm bricks out. Both of those are things to consider. Making sure that, you know, this loop can keep running and that I haven't pulled too many bricks out of it. It doesn't look like I have. It looks like it's still running fine. Alright, there's another 150. I want more like 200. 234. 235. That's a multiple of 5. And then again, let's, do I have bricks in my inventory? I don't. I'll have to keep an eye on this to see if it seems like it breaks. Or if there's still enough bricks in the loop. There might not be enough bricks in the loop. I might have to, add some more bricks. But yeah, I didn't really think about this when I was setting up that system, that, like, it's fully self-contained, and that means that it has to get some parts of some of these loops going from other places. Alright. That should get all of these turned on. Thank you. And hopefully be enough bricks that all of these stay turned on. That's looking pretty good. These guys are running. The salt loop is still getting topped up a little bit. That's fine. Okay, so a couple of these did turn off, and a couple of these did still turn off. Which means the loop is still not running fully saturated. But it's close. It's really close. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna have to grab, I think... Yeah, you can see it pulsing. You can see how there's like a bunch of bricks coming through, and then they slow down as some of these turn off, and then all these bricks will end up in here. So it's definitely not quite there yet, but it's close. All right, let's go grab another like 150 bricks. All right. Well, you know what? I'll get some extras. This should be enough now. I'm not sure entirely how many I've grabbed, but like 500 or 600, so. All right, and what we want to see is everything running consistently. I'm still seeing these ones blip on and off, but that may be... is... I think it's working. Well, no, I still see some reds. Darn it. So we're still not quite there. We're pretty close. We're probably close enough for now, just so I could do something like more interesting than mess around with coke oven bricks forever and ever. Yeah, oh, this is filling up well with hot air too, which is fantastic. Okay. So we should... I think we're good for now. I can mess with it more, but that is hot air done. And we should see that that means that, like, glass is plenty of hot air now, right? Yes. Glass is stopped for other reasons, but... What? That's fine. Oh, these got hot air in the fuel system again. How? How are we getting hot air in the fuel system? All right, well, I'm going to have to go fix that. I'm hopeful that that is just left over from the last time that I screwed it up, and that it's not, like, a recurring issue. There we go. So that'll make glass plates again. Yeah. As well as the Petri dishes, which have been drained. All right. I need to keep an eye on what this is doing when it gets... Yeah, there's hot air in this pump. Why is there hot air in this pump? It's set... If the filter is nothing, its filter's not... Okay, either this is getting its filter set to hot air, or... for just like a tick, or when the filter is set to nothing, does this... 1 second. 1 second. Set filter. There's no signal coming in. You do nothing. Correct. That is the correct behavior. So how is this getting a signal of hot air? I mean, I can fix it. But wait. That's a red signal. These are connected with a green signal. That's why the hot air wasn't being inverted. So this was always selecting hot air when hot air was in here. Okay, I found my bug. I'm glad I found the bug. So that should let this work. Yeah, we should get a hot air delivery shortly. And I will just confirm, I will watch this, that, yeah, okay, so we're gonna go get hot air on this train. And once we're through here... Good. We're going to come back around. Where are we going to? Okay. Yep. Perfect. Past bees, past iron, to hot air. And now if we watch this pump, never turns on, never gets hot air in it. Okay, I fixed the problem. Oh, we have so much benzene. We're gonna have to find some uses for fluids on rails very soon. Because yeah, I guess I just don't have that many places where we're making, or where we're using fuels. I thought I had a couple, but apparently not. That's a mining. If we check iron processing, like no, there's no fuel usage here anymore because it's all more advanced. Like these take solid fuel, but that's fine. Oh, well, we did end up with, we need more crafts of this, unfortunately. Because these guys are not running consistently. Yeah. So we need a little more, salt in the loop. Oh, maybe this did finally stabilize itself. Look at that, everything's green. Oh, no, it's not. That one's yellow. Oh, right, because we're not converting this gas fast enough. Because these guys aren't running full time. Yep, okay. And that means we do still need more salt in the loop, which means I need to take these ash out of that. Let's go do that. Let's get the ash out. I was really hoping well, it's not 1,000 crafts of the molten salt recipe. It's 1,000 fuelings of the recipe would be enough, but apparently not quite. It's okay. Fortunately, we have a spot. Yeah, and then these guys don't have the warmstone bricks, but then they'll eventually get them, but that means these guys, well, yeah, are blocked on this right now. Okay. This is not working perfectly, but I could probably get it to work well enough. I should probably add some tanks to a couple of these spots, just to be, like, buffers of 250 degree C gas and 100 degree C gas. And with the 250 degree C gas buffered, I could drop a lot more bricks into here. You know? Yeah, you're off because you're not getting enough bricks still. Yep. And if these guys aren't getting enough warm bricks, it's because these things aren't running frequently enough. So I do need to insert just a little more warm brick. Not a lot more, just a little more. But yeah, you can see that it still pulses. There's like a wave to the density of the brick on the belt. Yeah. We need more 250°C coke oven gas in the system. No, maybe not. Maybe it's okay. Maybe we're catching up. Maybe it's balancing itself. Yep. Yeah, this guy is just still not quite turning on all the time. And I'm not sure if that's because there's not enough bricks in the loop. Yeah, this guy seems like it wants bricks more than it wants gas, although we do have a gas buffer. Yeah, maybe it's just not enough bricks in the loop, period, right now, rather than not enough gas. Which means that I could just add cold bricks to these guys. I think I will add warm bricks, though, because it makes me feel better if there's a little more of that 250°C coke oven gas buffered. Just so that I know that that's not going to be a limiting factor moving forward. I don't think it should be. But, like, right now, one of those machines is only running part-time because of the lack of bricks, which means it's not pulling as much 250°C coke oven gas and blah, blah, blah. So, I would feel happier with a little more. Yeah, this system needs more bricks in the loop again. I've starved it of... Alright. 100 bricks, and then this needs a few hundred bricks to go back in the loop, so I will just grab those from, like, here. I don't think I was very careful about putting in multiples of 100 bricks when I did this the first time, so... whatever. Alright. That should help this thing repopulate itself. It might be too many. Hopefully it won't back up. And then I've got 100 bricks to go down below. And hopefully that's enough to get this thing running stably. It seems like it's right on the cusp of it, so... we will see. And then after that... time is it? Almost 6. Alright. I could probably start one more thing before I call it for the evening. I am starting to get a little hungry for dinner, but yeah, okay. There's a little bit of coke oven gas in the pipe all the time now. I think I can actually get rid of this buffer. Yeah. And that should mean that this system is fully, like, saturated. Now, the issue here may very well be that this can't pull... Yeah, see that blipping yellow for just a hot second? That is what I like to call a problem. There we go. This is definitely keeping up now. You know, honestly, six of these guys can do a full belt, right? So, like, that's a full belt. And I should be able to do the same thing on the output here. It's just a matter of getting the two halves of the belt figured out. Yeah, there we go. So that should be able to do what we want now. Because this is only looping 10 per second. So, I mean, honestly, 4 is probably enough. Yeah, but that'll keep this running. Well, we need the bricks to keep looping through and for these guys to catch up, of course. But I think... Oh, Carly Flower, thank you for the follow. I'm not sure why we didn't get a... Let me check my overlay here, my sound alerts. Yeah, we did not get a sound alert for that, and I'm not sure why. I will have to look into that. It just says dropped. I don't know what that means. It says, oh, it says my browser source is offline. Well, that's a problem. Why do you think we're offline? The rest of the overlay is there. It's showing the follower count. I have changed nothing about this setup. I am unsure why it thinks it's broken. Alert box is on. Yup. I don't know. I don't know why sound alerts are broken. They may have broken it themselves. As far as I could tell, sound alerts doesn't think that my dashboard being open counts as my alert source being loaded, even though the dashboard includes the alert source. I don't know. I don't want to mess with sound alerts anymore. But thank you for the follow. Sorry you didn't get your noise. I will have to debug it later, when I'm not actively streaming. But I'm glad I did notice that, though, and didn't miss it because it didn't make a noise in my ear. Let me get you on the wall of fame where you belong with all the rest of the followers of this ridiculous factory. There we go. Oh, and we're on. There we go. Gonna have to rearrange a little bit here. There we go. That'll work. Okay, so think this is working. That all seems fine. Yeah, these guys are sometimes still not getting bricks, which might just mean there's not enough bricks in the loop. We do have a little bit of a buffer of coke oven gas, though. I am genuinely curious if these ones will blip off from time to time. Okay. So we do have enough coke oven gas, there's just not enough bricks in the loop now. But that is something I can fix another time. Well, actually, I could grab some bricks and fix it now. Because I'm right near bricks. Hello, old part of the base that I haven't seen in forever. Don't even remember the last time I stopped to look at this part of the base. Usually the bots just keep me topped up on bricks. Let's check how hot air's doing up here, because this hot air build is still feeding all of my science, so, like, it's important that I get this working again, since I did steal so many bricks from it. Looks mostly okay. Barely okay. So let's just, like, drop 100 might be too many bricks to drop into each of these. This might back up. I should redo this the same way that I redid the other one up there, too. Or down there, whatever it is. And then heat pipes, we need to make a little bit of space around for. I don't know what's going on with all of this, trying to like lane balance shit, but we can just do it right like that. Well, not quite right like that. Like that. I'm assuming I did the right thing behind this smoke from this heater. And then, yes, I did put, like, too many bricks in this loop. So let's just take back a few hundred of them and see if that's enough to get this thing running again. Probably not. I might have to pick up another, like, few hundred of them. Because I only pulled out, like, 1,000 bricks from this loop, and I just put, like, 2,000 in. So, it backing up would not surprise me. Alright, these are starting to catch up. So this is probably, yeah, these ones are, starting to empty out. We are catching up slowly. We might be okay here. Because what I don't want to have happen is for this to lock up where it can't unload cold bricks, and then, like, everything jams, right? So we're still kind of waiting to catch up down to where we'd have... Yeah, these last few machines. Alright, all of these ones are down to just a few bricks. These ones are not quite. I think we might be okay. I think I've pulled enough out. Nope, see, this is starting to back up. Oh, maybe not quite. But it really wants to. Yeah, there's too many in the loop now. It's having trouble keeping up. Oh, I understand why I had a lane balancer in here now. That's funny. Okay. I need a proper lane balancer that works on the consumption side, which I think this design does. I hope this is the right one. Maybe. Let's see. Okay, let's see if this will do what I want it to do. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it's going to run an ad, so I will let that run. I'm just going to keep an eye on this while the ad runs, and we'll try to get this... Make sure that this loop is stable. I shouldn't need a lane balancer here. Because this outputs 10 a second, right? And each of these, I should have 16 of them, right? I built this ratioed. 15. Oh! It's not built ratioed. It's built ratioed probably to this source. Ah, okay. Which means that this can output more bricks than this can use per second if there's too many in the loop. That, okay, I understand now. I understand. So this backing up is totally reasonable, or possible, and when it happens, I just need to keep doing this, basically, until this has, like, the right number balanced in it. What I should actually see is eventually this will turn off sometimes. Up top here should not be able to keep up with this. Yeah, okay. I understand now. So that's what I'm looking for, is I'm looking for this to be a consistent flow that's not turning this on all the time, and that this is not overly backed up or too empty. So we're actually pretty close to that, I think. Okay, yeah, I think this is all set now. Welcome back from the ad, folks. I appreciate you sticking around. So yeah, I realized during the break what was going wrong here. And what's going wrong is that I have 15 of these. I think these are ratioed for the input here. But what that means is that when there's too many bricks in the loop, this is fully capable of outputting more bricks than this can consume. And what we should actually see is that, yeah, the input bricks are not quite keeping up with this, and every once in a while, we're gonna see it not quite be able to run. Yeah. There it goes. So that means there's the right number of bricks in this loop, because this is eating all of the bricks that it can as quickly as they come through, and these are not backed up on the output. So I think that that means that we've got the right number of bricks in this loop now, and hopefully it can never back up. So now I just need to go add more bricks to the other system, the system on rails, until I see it behaving stably. That one is totally correctly ratioed, so we shouldn't have any weirdness there. We should actually just be able to see all machines are consistently green, and that means that they're running full-time, no issues. Got some bricks that we can... Oh, well, except for the fact that we're full on hot air, which means that this isn't going to run at all. Cool. Ah, yeah, but we can see, look at that. Oh, this guy's... There's barely enough yellow bricks here. So I'm going to go ahead and take these and drop them in these. And that'll get us a little more... Yeah, so these are all turned off now on warmer bricks. There's a lot of coke oven gas in this. I maybe should drop a buffer. Yeah, just so there's a little more space. But I think this should be okay now. As this starts pulling bricks through, it'll do what it needs to do. So that's good that we have that much hot air now. Great to see. How did we get hot air in this loop again? I'm so confused. I fixed this. I fixed the issue here that was causing this to get hot air as one of its filters set. Maybe there was a little bit of hot air still in one of the pumps partly through the system and I didn't flush it. Oh, that's annoying. As long as all of these have good fuel. And it does look like they do. Okay, I need to rebuild those. Hopefully this is the last time. If this breaks again, then there's something, like, very wrong with it. Yeah, let's just check. No hot air there, no hot air there. Pipes are all benzene. Benzene, 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 benzene. This hooks up down here, all benzene. I remain saddened and confused. I really don't understand what's breaking the hot air. If you're watching this back on YouTube later on and happen to know exactly what's going on and why I'm getting hot air through the system, do leave a comment and let me know, because I would really appreciate it. Okay, but that should all turn back on now as these dishes flow through. It'll take a second, but yeah. Yeah, this keeps stopping up, and like not having Petri dishes is gonna break Zogna bacteria, and Zogna will break... I don't remember. Urea? Oop, this is fully backed up on tar. That's not good. Oh, this needs to be set up as a potential source of gasoline for the base. I knew I had another gasoline factory somewhere. Tall oil here being full is fine. Oh, this is the tar extractor. Okay, so this is fine if we're not actually pulling tar from this because we're pulling it from other things. Although I'm curious if tar processing here is shut down again for some reason. We're blocked on anthracene. No, we're not. Anthracene's fine. What are we blocked on? Hitch. To coke. To... oh. Yup. I'm gonna bet this is, yep, totally full. And blocked on tar? No, not blocked on tar. Blocked on... Blocked on what? Coal gas? Oh, I forgot to take an ash output on this. Syngas processing. Oops, okay. So 2 things to fix. Ash output on syngas here, and then was it over here where I was doing... Yeah, there's gasoline that comes out of this system, and this needs to be made a gasoline provider. Okay. Those are things that can be fixed. This is not a road. Where's the road? All right, so first stop, gasoline provider. I apparently have none of the things that I need. Excellent. Good to see. All right, there we go. So this, when this has enough gasoline, it will show up in the system as a gasoline source. Then over here, I forgot to deal with the ash output of syngas. Yes. And there's already ash here, so we just need to bring this all the way down to merge in. There we go. Because, yeah, this system should keep running for a while. There's no reason not to. Yeah, and then as this goes, there we go. This will now unblock getting more coke from this system. There should be a train dispatched at this point. Yeah. And that'll unblock this, because this is, I mean, obviously not fantastic. Oh, and we're almost full on creosote, so I'm going to have to add creosote processing as well. I knew that that would probably block up. Yeah, creosote and gasoline to a little extra aromatics is probably the option. Because, like, we use some for empty comb, we'll use some for stone wool, you know, sand castings, etc. But, like, you just make a lot of it. So I think, yeah, we just need to do some of this on site. Pretty sure that can just be one tar processing unit, so, like, maybe I just do this right now. While I'm thinking about it. Is we have this, we have gasoline that feeds into here. Okay, I need to change gasoline so that it's on a single pipe, which is what I should have done to begin with. Okay. And then this needs to be hooked up through an overflow. Yes. Which I guess doesn't need to be a pump in that case. It just needs to be the overflow. Hey, Kellen. welcome in. Good to see you. Ugh. Let's see, where was I? And then I want to finish my thought, or else I'm going to horribly distract myself. So this is going to be also an overflow, although I don't think I want to do it there. No, that's fine. We can do it there. Yeah, I greater than 80, whatever. Send this down here. No, keep going down. Okay. So gasoline is on an overflow valve now, so that there will always be some gasoline buffered in this half of the system. And the reason to do that is because we need gasoline to do the creosote processing. So that comes over here. And this one tar processing unit should be sufficient to do, yeah, creosote to aromatics. And then output that up to aromatics. All right. Beautiful. And that should drain some of the creosote. When we end up with too much of it. So this thing should no longer be able to, like, back up. Well, it probably... I shouldn't say that. This can almost certainly still back up on something. I think aromatics would be the next one that it could potentially get stuck on, and I think we can turn those into a decent fuel. Okay, so there's diesel using naphtha, or petroleum gas using hydrogen. Okay. 100 aromatics to 300 megajoules. 500 aromatics to... Fuel value-wise, going to... Oh, okay, yeah. Fuel value-wise, going to petroleum gas seems better. Although it uses less hydrogen and more aromatics to go to diesel. Interesting. That is something to think about. If I see aromatics backing up, I'll need to set up some sort of processing for that. But for now, I think we're okay. I caught creosote before it started overflowing, so I think we're good. Not really sure why I'm doing these differently. Yeah, this is still backed up on pitch to coke because, yeah. And if I go back to the tar processing... Oh, this is currently emptying one. Okay. So, this is just going to take a little while for this to catch up. I could swap these over to using stack inserters, I guess. they would move empty a little bit faster, get a little more throughput to these stations, but next Friday, a week from tomorrow. Just ends up being, you know, want to be able to announce it and have it be in the YouTube VODs and have the videos be up for a couple days so people have a chance to watch them and then still have enough, you know, warning to catch the thing, and suddenly it's scheduled 2 weeks out instead of 3 days, right? That's just how that ends up working. But yes, next Friday, whatever day that is, the 27th, I'm doing a little celebration stream for hitting 100 YouTube subs and to belatedly celebrate hitting affiliate on Twitch earlier this year. I'm going to be doing all Gleba, Everything Spoils, and I think I'm going to add inverted quality to the pile as well. So there are some horrible, horrible mods. It should be way more painful than playing Pyanodons is, and hopefully will be a lot of fun for everyone to watch me suffering for a few hours. Okay, I think everything that I have been working on is working. We have hot air. We have... Is glass running? Did glass break again? No. Maybe we're okay. Maybe I finally fixed it. Yeah, I think there maybe was just like a slug of hot air in one of these pumps that I missed when I fixed everything. And that was the contamination in the fuel line. We might be okay now. I'm hopeful that that is the case. Oh. Yeah, that's not right. Why did I put gray inserters on all these? Why do I do these things to myself? All right, let's go upgrade a bunch of inserters. Those should all be yellow inserters. That's one item a second. A gray inserter is not going to achieve that. Did I miss it? Did I run right past glass again? I did. Okay. That should work better now. Yeah, I noticed this backup of these empty dishes here, which shouldn't happen, because these are perfectly ratioed. That is how I knew something was going wrong here. Because this shouldn't back up until this is full, and then this belt is full, and each of these has a little output buffer to turn this off so I can avoid spoilage in the system. So it really... This should basically never be backing up. If I check the Zogna build, this is actually doing okay. Oh yeah, we're full on Zogna. Cool. Is that the only thing that uses Petri dishes right now on Rails? I'm actually not sure. This is stopped again. Is it still just Coke? Yeah. Yep. And it is gonna keep stopping on Coke. This is outputting, okay, 92,000 gasoline to the system. And then the other one up here that I just fixed, is this one outputting enough? No, only 8,500. So it's not outputting anything yet. Which means that if I check the fuel over here, yeah, there's a lot more benzene still, so it's still going to prefer benzene. But, oh, and this is empty, which means we should have been issued a fuel request? Yes. Okay. I think we're working. No hot air? No hot air? Oh! No, never mind. This one doesn't need to be filtered. Because it's past this filtered one. That's fine. No. I was thinking that's how I got hot air in the system, but no, that would make no sense. Okay, this all looks good. Sorry, I'm just kind of doing an overview. I've done a lot in the past few sessions, and I'm just trying to make sure that everything is behaving as expected, and that we're not running into too much weirdness anywhere. I'm concerned about BioCrud feeding hot air. We have BioCrud as a potential byproduct in a bunch of places, but it's also being sucked up somewhere. Nope. Let's find the fertilizer build. You know, I've got this BioCrud to biomass conversion, and it is set low priority, but at one point I sucked up all the BioCrud on Rails and did this to it. And now it's not accruing as quickly as it was before, which has me a little bit worried about, you know, the overall system keeping up. This doesn't generate BioCrud. No. I mean, if I find, like, all the places I'm making agar, right? Like, this has historically generated a lot of BioCrud, but it appears like it's not right now because it's turned off. Yep, turned off. Which is good that it's not, you know, actively generating a bunch of waste at the moment anymore. I'm glad that that means that it's been working well. But I'm a little concerned because this should be on. Yeah, what's broken here? We don't have enough moss? Eh? Yeah, There's a lot less moss in the loop than it currently wants there to be. Interesting. I'm surprised that this has been such a challenge to keep this saturated. Because I thought this was working fine. And we can see there's plenty of space for the moss, so I'm not sure why it... I mean, obviously moss ends up being the lowest priority thing to get on with this build, but like there's still, you know, 370, 380. And it is slowly creeping its way up, it seems. So I'm not sure why it was a problem. Because, yeah, we're seeing more and more moss make its way all the way around the loop. And it's going to be available to the next, and the next, and the next ones of these guys. And they're all going to turn back on. Yeah, now we're at the required amount. I'm very confused. Like, this seems fine. This seems like it's working. It's dosing things in as it gets taken off. And yet, all of these machines were turned off before, without moss. Maybe we missed a stone delivery, and I looked at it, like, right as it was all turning back on? Maybe? Because, yeah, we're now to the point where moss is, like, actually looping, and we're just adding moss as it gets taken off. Although this is trying to add everything now. Yeah, okay. Maybe this belt isn't big enough for the amounts of everything that I've got on here. How did I decide upon this number? That's a question. All right, we've got 13 rock paddocks. Okay, let's head over to YAFC real quick. Rocks on rails. Here we go, yeah. 4 of these feeds 13 of these. So these are the amounts of everything per second. So I can adjust my thresholds based on this. And I think I would start with, like, making this... I mean, I don't know. But I think that's what I probably need to do, is tweak the thresholds. Because things are starving other things, I think, is what's happening down there. Because, yeah, we're not getting... Yeah, this is saturating the belt with a huge batch of something that's not... Yeah, okay. I understand an issue. So we're not going to call this threshold 400. 4.57 times what? What's going to be our multiplier? Certainly not by 100. Let's do by 50. We'll multiply our per second by 50. Actually, by 60. That we'll do per minute. Yeah. I'll just set YAFC to per minute. And, there we go. So, this needs 274 per minute. Water barrels are 63 a minute. Rock food is 23 a minute. Flora is 114 a minute. And this is 126 a minute. Oh, wait, really? Is that my issue? You're probably right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, our total is, like 14 items a second. Yeah. Or sorry, 12 items a second. I saw the 4 and I read 14. Yeah, you're right. So I need to change this entirely. This just doesn't work at this scale. This was never gonna work. Good catch. Okay. Right. Well, I wasn't counting the... Oh, yeah. The cocoons are... Yeah. Okay, so I need to change this to have a little more space. Where am I going? Up here. So... How do I want to do this, ideally? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm gonna take all of this up. Right to here. We're gonna redo everything. Yeah, it's just too much stuff to try to make it a sushi belt. It's more than 7.5 items a second, so there's no way to actually sushi it the way I was trying to sushi it. So what I think I'm going to try to do here, if I can, is we've got how many items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus cocoons. So 6 items. Yeah, and the reason I was doing a sushi belt is because that gets me a lot more. Alright, I think I am going to go back to the sushi belt. We're going to keep a sushi belt. But we're going to change some things, obviously. And the big thing we're going to change is we're going to take the cocoons off the center lane, and we're going to have we're going to handle over here. Basically, we can bring in Okay, bots, you're really right in my way there. Oop. Not there. Okay. So what I can do now is for several of these things, which is going to include that. Go back to doing this. These two will be on the outside. Oops. Read belt, hold all belts. And then enable when native flora. And again, we'll use our per minute numbers because I think this works fine. Native flora per minute is 114. Rock food per minute was 23. And water barrels per minute is less than 63. So these will all go on one side of the belt. And then enable when moss is less than 274. And you will enable when sap is less than 126. All right. And that's a fairly small amount of stuff. I think it'll be fine, though. So I probably didn't have to tear up as much as I tore up, is what I'm coming to realize. But that's okay. Now, for the outputs of these guys... Okay, this was the output for fluorospalanin and should it ever happen, biomass, right? So I gotta fix that. These go here. And then here we have 1, 2, 3. These are the cocoons. We do that again here. And then, how many cocoons do we have per minute? 114. All right. So these guys are going to go in. Enabled when the rock cocoons are less than that 114. And they'll end up on the inside lane as well. And because this is set to a fairly small number of items scattered around the sushi belt, I think we should always have room for the cocoons. Let me double check that. Go back to per second in YAFC. 2 cocoons plus, yeah, 4, 5.5. Little under 5.5 items per second on that side of the belt, and it looks like 6.6 items per second on the other half. Okay. So these might actually need to be set to a higher multiplier. We'll see if it keeps up. But I think the next thing to do is start putting inserters back on things. So let's see. For these ones, I think we can get away with just one inserter. One gray inserter even, although these also need power. But for these guys, we've got like, well, 8 items a second spread across 4 machines. So that's like 2 of these. I don't remember what I had here before, but 2 yellow inserters here. Sorry, I just realized I was on the wrong view. These guys, their total input is tiny, so we can get away with a gray inserter, but we still need to power them. The buildings, I mean, not the gray inserters, obviously. All right, there we go. That will hopefully do everything that's necessary to get this all turned back on. The only question is if there's enough stuff in the loop that they'll be happy with if there's enough stuff in the loop that they'll be able to keep themselves saturated. You know, have all the items they need in their inputs as they roll past. Because obviously some of these items right now I have... yeah, it should all get spread out a little further over time and mixed up across the belts, so... yeah, this is already missing ingredients. Lovely. But, like, as things get pulled in, yeah, they get pushed out here in, like, differing amounts. And again, spread out a little further around the belt so that things come by more than once. And that is part of what we want to see. But like, yeah, this wants more sap soon. Is it gonna get it? Maybe. So I might need to increase how much is in the loop. It's a pretty empty loop. I mean, I could just double all of this, right? So that's 548, 252, 228, 46, and 126. And also the cocoons, not that that should matter as much. Yeah, this is trying to get itself caught up. It should be able to this time. Why is this stopped? I'm confused. I'm confused how that ended up stopped there, but okay. Alright, yeah, this is going to keep trying to saturate. There's lots of space on the belt for more stuff. Yeah, and okay, the belts are pretty much full now. And we're seeing that it's not tight here. Space above the end of the sap belt. That's what I wanted to double check. It does not. Yeah, none of these are set to enable disable, and they're all pointed in the right direction. But yeah, that's what it looked like. It looked like it had stopped right here to let in the sap, to let in the moss from the side, which is weird. That shouldn't happen. It's working now, though. Yeah, it's gonna take a little while. Yeah, this looks like a better amount of stuff on the sushi belt to, like, kind of always have access to it. Obviously, it's still kind of clumpy, so some of the machines aren't turning on. Like, this one wants rock food, and all the rock food is in, like, one big clump. But as, you know, that... as it goes around and as things come off at different times and they get kind of more mixed up on the sushi belt, I think we'll be in a cleaner spot as far as all of that goes. Do you think we might need some more belts in this, or some more barrels in this loop, though? Not necessarily heaps more barrels in the loop, but just a few. Just add 1,000 barrels, right? Yeah. I tried that once already. It didn't end well. I think I only needed, like, the extra 50 there, just because we've got a few more actually in the loop due to it being 2 loops now. But yeah, as long as everything has, like, a couple of crafts worth of stuff, you know, the crafting time here is, what? 35 seconds. So, as long as it can get all of its ingredients kind of fed around in that time, and it looks like we're having trouble with that. But again, things are still spreading out, right? The flowers were still, the floor is still clumpy in a couple of places, so as it unclumps, we'll be in a better place. Because, yeah, what can happen here... well, and this is already backing up on cocoons anyway, so it doesn't matter so much. But... alright, I think this is better. I think this is... It's doing a better job of spreading out, obviously, all of the ingredients, because we're not ending up with, like, all of one thing on the belt and then all of another on the belt, because it was more than half a belt's worth of stuff. I think once this big clump of native flora finally gets, like, sorted out... Okay, it definitely did it again there. I saw that native flora judder. It's like sometimes the side load is taking priority, which I didn't... I mean, it can do, right? It'll push it into a partial space and, like, compress the belt backwards. But... I'm not really sure. Alright, I think it's working now. Not that Vrox were necessarily a problem, but at least now I know they're definitely not broken. Let me check on Augs. Yep, manure's looking good. Oh, that's bad and wrong. I did something wrong there. What did I do wrong? What I did wrong is that... Okay, for one thing, if anything ever decays along this belt, it'll end up in here, so I do need to fix that. And then I think I just may have hand-fed rich clay into this instead of the biomass that it's supposed to be. This belt contraption, Kellen? Yeah. This is, it's a sushi belt. They were way more complicated before Factorio 2.0. You used to have to use a bunch of combinators to make them work. But it seems like it's doing the job right now. All right, let's go take a look at... I want to fix a couple of the issues that I just saw here with the manure build. And then the AUG build itself seems to be happy. Yeah. It's just running fine. We've got... you can download it. You can download all the old versions. In Steam, you can set the beta to the old versions, but you can also tie your Steam account to the Factorio website, and then you can just download, I think, everything from the Factorio website as well. Unless they stopped offering that, and I'm grandfathered into something, which is always possible, but... Anyway, Twitch is saying ad break in just a few more seconds, so I will let that run, and I'm gonna go fix up the decay handling over here. Their website is the only way to get the headless... I assume by headless client you mean the server. Alright, so this goes in here, and then this needs a couple of these guys set to rich clay. There we go. All right. I mean, we always need more trains. That's just life. But I think things are mostly running. It's been a while since copper broke. But it seems like it's actually working. Up here, oh, it just wants a train to deliver stone to the belt base. Yeah. Ooh, it doesn't have trains to deliver stone to the belt base sometimes. Yeah, and that is looking rough. Ooh, okay. This may be part of... Oh, and look at that. Look at this big, old, empty chunk of belt coming right in to moss production. Okay. So that's the issue. The issue is that when the rail base is overloaded, we don't get deliveries of stone. That will certainly, that's a problem. That's a major problem. Okay. Is this set to request? Yeah, 120. So it wants this thing to be full when it can be. Okay. Cool. Cool. Didn't expect that. Yeah, and this does have a higher train limit even. Welcome back from the break, everybody. I just realized, I did just see, if we remember earlier, I had noticed that these Vroks, which may have exactly the same issue of more than 7.5 items a second, although there's less... You know, we're not going to worry about that. This is Legacy. But I noticed that this was breaking because it didn't have moss. And when I looked at moss, moss seemed fine. But check this out. Stone has big gaps on the belt right now. Because all of the stone that the belt base gets currently comes from the rail base. And when we don't have enough trains to do all of our deliveries, we are now reaching a point where that really breaks the belt base and will cause issues for our science throughput even. Which I did not really consider. I've not really worried about the belt base breaking. Sound the gap alarm. Yep. So yeah, I need to make some more trains. And that's kind of the only way to fix this, is to have more trains. Unfortunately, trains are expensive. So we'll see how many more I can craft up at base. But it would probably be good to add at least another half a dozen. And then the other question, of course, is can our coal delivery and ash management... There is a way to make an alarm, yeah. I could absolutely make an alarm, like, if this stone ever goes empty, sound an alarm, but I'd rather just fix the base so it doesn't go empty again. Alright, so, to make locomotives, what do I need to grab? Circuits. Do we have circuit boards finally backed up again? Yeah, we do. Oh, and let's do something about all of these barrels. Oh no! This chest wasn't limited. What else do we need? Duralumin. Steel. Small parts. Titanium. More titanium. All right, so that's 5 more trains. Each one takes 50 titanium. Wow. All right, that's half a dozen. Oop, I'm picking something else up. That's not what I want. Brakes, shafts, duralumin. All right. Let's see. Shafts. Brakes. It's 9. I'd like to do one more. All right, 10. We're putting down 10 more trains. If this isn't enough, I don't know what will... Well, we're going to need more trains. We're always going to need more trains. But... 10 is a lot. This should help. And the other question will be, will we start getting alerts about your 125 trains? Yeah. I've only got, you know, I don't know how many of these. We're going to have 36, apparently, when I'm done. If the track... That's kind of actually true, Kellen. Like, the goal with this... Yeah, lots of trains moving. I mean, not a city block, but obviously very modular, lots of small stations in this build, right? So, you know, that's how this is gonna work, is it's gonna be dozens of these one-by-one trains zipping around, which was the intent, right? I wanted to have lots of small trains, sort of for the aesthetic. So yeah, as these fill up with coal, they should get dispatched. I can grab a couple stacks of coal here. Help them along. Oh, okay. You played OpenTTD? Yeah. I mean, honestly, Factorio trains are really well done, right? All of the management for them and the signaling. So... Oh, yep. This is one of the usual spots where trains get stuck, because it's ash. All right, well, these are all now, just waiting. But I have a lot more trains than I have depot spots as well. Yeah, I've got like 19 depot spots. A little bit simpler, yeah. It's been a long time since I've done OpenTTD. Maybe I should do an OpenTTD stream sometime. That'd be fun. Let's just expand the, There we go. Whoops. Huh. Oh, that signal's in the wrong spot. Huh. Who'd have thunk? Oh yeah, it is. It's in the wrong spot, and I just copied it into the wrong spot again. Your list of 30 games to play? Yeah. I love the very, very efficiently designed depot. Just continues to expand. All right. I think we should have hopefully enough trains for now. Can't say we're going to have enough trains forever. I was worried with how many trains I had sitting in the depot that it was too many trains. No, this doesn't need to be chain. This can be a rail signal. Yeah, as long as this one is a chain signal. Oops, that one. Yes. Well, you know. It might be nice if I had something to do during my day and not have this much time to stream. But as long as the job market remains slow, I will continue to have time on my hands, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Okay, I think this is working now. That was a lot of trains added to the system, so hopefully that'll keep it running a little more smoothly. Not as many trains coming in or stopping, or what am I trying to say? Not as many situations where the trains, you can have it. You're really selling it. Okay, I'm looking at everything. I don't think there's much else that I can fix right now. Okay, this does have a train limit of 2 set, so it'll try to run multiple trains to this when it can. Yep. So that's good to see. So we are, I mean, honestly, as we turn on more of the base, I've said this before, but like, stone is a byproduct of a lot of processes. So as we end up with things turning on and systems actually running, we will see more stone. But I think And I think we made some decent progress. We got this built. This was the big build. A lot of the rest of today was bug fixing. But, you know, we have made some progress. Oh, and we designed the fueling system. That's progress. Okay. Progress has been made today. So yeah, I'm going to call it here. It's 7:30. I've been streaming for too long, and I'm ready for dinner. So thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who watches these on YouTube, and a very double thank you to all the YouTube subscribers who helped get me to 100 subs. Looking forward to next week's celebration stream for that. That should be a lot of fun. Tomorrow, I still haven't decided what I'm doing for Friday's stream yet, so we'll play that by ear. It's going to be a surprise for me too. And then next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, will be the usual Pyanodons, Kerbal Pyanodons, and Friday will be the 100 subscribers celebration stream. If you like Factorio, make sure to check out Kellen's stream as well. He has been doing learning Factorio and has been working on Lazy Bastard right now, I want to say. And you have already beat Getting on Track, right? So, yeah. Thanks again, everybody, and I will see y'all in the next one.